Chapter 1030 Hope. To what do I owe this visit? Asked Wang Wei, who was fishing but not in his small pond next to the garden. Instead, he was in a desolate star in his starry sky universe, and his fishing line had traveled millions of light years away, hooking a strange life form that could survive in the void. Please, don't tell me you came to complain because your husband did not win the competition, he teased. Is this how you see me in your mind? Asked Su Shi, almost rolling her eyes. She sat next to him and also began to fish. She was daring as she immediately went after the same fish. Love is a powerful thing. I know that's what I would do if I were you, said Wang Wei with a smirk. Their competition lasted for a few minutes before Wang Wei cheated without any remorse or shame. It's not like you to be this hesitant, he said. I just don't want to be disappointed by the answer, she replied. Would you feel better if you never know? No, false hope is even worse than the truth, replied Su Shi before sighing. Okay, tell me. You haven't asked anything, so how do I know what you want to know? Su Shi did not stop herself from rolling her eyes. You know I want to know about the unborn child. Is there a way to save them? Is it possible to revive him? Depends, replied Wang Wei. Can he accept this child if he recreated it with Creation Dao? We had this conversation, and he was not willing. One of their plans was for Lin Fan to cultivate Good Fortune Dao before transitioning into Creation Dao as a means to revive the child. However, after many years of contemplating and talking to Xian, they concluded this was not what they wanted. Wang Wei thought for a moment and said, the world as we know it is more complex than what we see. Every major decision we make creates an alternate universe or timeline where our lives are entirely different based on that choice. The infinite trichiliocosm. Su Shi's eyes shone brilliantly as many things finally clicked in her mind. A few of her questions regarding the River of Time were just answered, and that opened her mind to a new level of understanding of the universe. The concept of alternative timeline was not new to her as she had battle techniques to create them, but they were temporary. She never knew the world actually contained an infinite number of them. So, is there a timeline where the child was born and is healthy? She asked. Not just one of them. Su Shi's beautiful brow furrowed. What about our timeline? Is it not possible to change the past? Our timeline is special and is heavily protected by Grand Dao itself and other powers, explained Wang Wei. So, even after you become a paragon, which was the pinnacle of the cultivation world, the best you could do was take another version of the child from another timeline and bring it here. Wang Wei has only known one person or group of individuals who has changed the timeline, and that's his ancestor, Qiyuan. However, to this day, he did not know how the latter did it and what price he paid. So, he did not tell her about that. What realm is Paragon? Asked Su Shi. She knew about Empyreans but not Paragons. It's the one after Empyreans. Is Paragon the end of cultivation? Are there no other realms after that? Continued Su Shi, and Wang Wei gave her a look. The path of cultivation is technically endless. Su Shi immediately understood the implications behind these words, and she felt more hopeful. She swiftly controlled her emotions and asked for more information. What realm has your ancestor reached? She asked. They are paragons. Her happiness and hope were immediately gone. She did not think she was any less talented or dedicated than these people. Yet, after so long, they are still paragons. This fact may not indicate their ability but the difficulty of the path afterward. You don't have to worry since we live in a great era, reassured Wang Wei after feeling her slightly agitated emotions. What do you mean? Our ancestors have opened a new way forward for us, albeit they paid a heavy price. Now, as long as we care for the pests in the upper dimension and they can return, the path forward will no longer be unknown or muddy. I understand, and thank you. Wang Wei waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, and Su Shi soon left to tell Lin Fan this news. So we need to go beyond the Paragon realm? He murmured, not even considering the first option. He wanted his child and nothing else. Yes. Although this path will not be easy, it's still hope. I am happy as long as there is a way, replied Lin Fan. Now that he has a direction or goal, that's all that matters. As for how difficult it was to reach that realm, he would do whatever was necessary as long as he knew it was possible. Do you think what he said about these people preventing the ancestors from returning to the world to be true? Asked Lin Fan. He was not stupid and guessed Wang Wei was using this opportunity to turn them into pawns or advanced parties for his war against these people. His words might have some logic behind them, said Su Shi. What makes you say that? We don't know much about the upper dimension, but we do know how scary such a place would be with all these powerhouses. Now, how did 709 individuals take absolute control? Yes, if the ancestors disappeared, it could explain their rise in power, concluded Lin Fan. The situation might be more complicated than we thought? You mean the two sons? Wang Wei gave them a brief summary of the situation and promised to give them more detailed information after their return. Yes. The way he spoke about them was different from others. I remember his tone was both disdainful and wary. Do you think these two are people who have gone beyond the Paragon realm? The crux of this rebellion is them? Su Shi's silence told Lin Fan what she thought. In that case, the situation will be more complicated than we thought, he groaned. You need to be careful, said Su Shi. And if something happens, contact me, and I will ascend. Don't worry, I will be fine. He was determined never to ask her for help. If the situation is as they analyzed, she will be way safer in the lower dimension until Wang Wei ascends. By then, her strength should have drastically increased, thus also improving her chances of survival. Su Shi could tell what he was thinking and could only sigh to herself. They only had 3 days to themselves and must make the best of the situation. 3 days later, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei looked at the immortal venerable before him. I have explained everything. Do you have any questions? No. Patriarch. I won't fail in this mission, replied Wang Qi. Remember, keep a low profile and only do what you're instructed to. I will. Wang Wei and Wang Qi walked out of the room where everybody else was waiting. Are you ready? Asked Wang Wei, and they nodded. Wang Qi put everything inside a special space ring made from the power of the Tao burial ground. He also surrounded himself with that treasure's power as he disappeared from the court. Once he opened his eyes, he was in an unknown location. He immediately checked around. No vision, so this space ring worked, he muttered. He exhaled deeply, immediately feeling lighter. No, he felt better than he had ever in his life. It was like he was always carrying a heavy burden that was suddenly lifted. He had had problems with his visions for so long and had acquired brand new glasses. What kind of energy was in this environment? It's so intoxicating. Wang Qi took a breath to control himself and not get lost in the comfort of this world. He did as he was instructed to gather as much information from the nearest populated place before heading to the designated location. The process took more than a week despite his ability to tear open space and the talisman the Patriarch gave him. That's how vast this world was. Of course, his situation was unique as he was instructed not to use any official transmission array from any city. At his destination, Wang Qi left a communication mark before staying in a hotel. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he discovered he was in an unknown location and was immediately worried. He did not sense or detect when these people took him away from his inn, which greatly scared him. Luckily, they soon proved their identity through the secret codes and marks the Patriot gave him, so he handed these heaven-chosen. Pei Lang held a piece of paper with information on it while old Ma was on the screen opposite him. When that kid said he was sending us talented individuals, I did not expect they were on that level, said the old man with a wide grin. An extremely talented pure body refiner, a 9-extremity foundation with a physique better than the absolute chaos physique, an unparalleled swordsman of the ultimate sword path, a Taoist priest with a dual personality, one of which is a pure heart. His eyes were about to shoot fire. Even the others are uniquely talented in their own right. Pei Lang groaned softly. You only focus on their talent but haven't mentioned the trouble with their background? All these people have Paragon-tier lineage behind them. Except for Lin Fan and Yang Guowei. Although these lineages have closed off their mountain, they will still be interested in these talents once they've learned of them. Didn't we already expect this? Rebutted Old Man. Anyways, we are only in a temporary alliance. As long as they signed the contract and fought for our cause, that's all that matters. You're looking at the situation short-sightedly. We must begin to look at the future after the war. You want to start building power? Isn't that a little too early? Asked Old Ma, not hiding his worry. Maybe. His eyes focused on Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. These two had the highest hopes of recruiting from the information they gathered. Old Ma sighed before asking, what do we do with them? Give them the heaven will? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1031, Hello. Pei Lang thought momentarily. Brief them on the world's current situation. Afterward, use the reflecting mirror heart trial to determine their personality and who is genuinely willing to fight for our cause. Then, will we give them the heaven will? Yes, but don't forget to have them sign the contract first, nodded Pei Lang. I will come to see Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi after the mirror test. As you wish. Then, what about Emperor Wang's reward? Asked Old Ma. Give him what he promised. These people were the first batch, and he was very satisfied. Their cause needs upper-level talent/powerhouses as the world is about to enter an era of strife and chaos. Wang Qi received a space ring from a stranger and used his divine sense to check. The patriarch told him what to check, and he did not want to make any mistake. Are you satisfied? I am, nodded Wang Qi. That's good, nodded Old Ma. We are also happy with this trade and hope this alliance can continue. This is only the first group. However, the patriarch asked me to pass on a message. Do not expect the next group to be as talented as this one. That's understandable, nodded Old Ma. He had read distant history and knew the myriad emperor world was unique in the lower dimension for some unknown reason. So, it's understandable they would have so many eternal talents. Do you know exactly when the next batch is coming? It should take a while since we must gather them from other world communities. I see. Well, you know how to contact us. Excuse me. Is there something else? Asked Old Ma. Could you tell me if there is a way to see Empress Wu? Why do you want to see her? That's rather personal. Old Ma frowned. Wait a moment. I cannot make such a decision. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Please, take your time. Wang Qi did not want to take the risk to publicly search for news about her, even if it might be common. Additionally, the rebellion would definitely know his next course of action, so it was best to use them and prevent any misunderstanding, which could lead to trust issues in their new and fragile alliance. He wants to see Empress Wu? Asked Pei Lang. At first, he thought something had happened since Old Ma contacted him so soon, but he did not expect it was for this reason. Do you know why? He didn't want to say. You didn't pry? They had too many ways to get information from a weak immortal venerable secretly. No. It's about her, so I thought it would be best to be careful and report to you. Pei Lang groaned softly. You made the right choice. Give him the information and have someone follow him to see if he actually goes to see her. Immediately afterward, Old Ma gave Wang Qi the information on how to travel to the Origin Seal continent. And he made his way to that destination with the utmost haste. The Origin Seal continent was vast, with trillions upon trillions of inhabitants. Wang Qi knew he would not be able to contact the Empress with his identity, even if he knew she had a palace at the very center. So, she followed the patriarch's instructions. He concentrated intensely, bowed 90 degrees and muttered, Wang Qi, under the order of the patriarch, came to see the Empress. A rune with a unique aura appeared on his forehead. Wang Qi did not wait long before he felt the surroundings change, and he was in another place. Sitting cross-legged opposite him was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Although she did not release any aura, he sensed her grandeur, power, nobility, and otherworldly nature. This was not the first he had seen her. When the patriarch was still immortal, he saw the Empress accompanying him. However, this one was completely different from what he saw, almost like a different person. Wang Wei sent you? Asked Wu Hong in her ethereal voice. That's all right, stuttered Wang Qi as he lowered his head, not daring to continue gazing at such power and perfection. What does he want? The Patriarch asked me to give you this. He took out a space ring and held it in his hand. Wang Qi felt his hand was empty, but he did not dare raise his head. Meanwhile, Wu Hong removed two things from the space ring: a jade talisman and a letter. She pondered briefly before first opening the letter. Hello? How are you doing? I know this might be a cliché and boring for our first words, but after rewriting this letter more than 1,000 times, countless drafts, and millions of words, these words best suit what I want to convey to you. After all, if all else fails, it will be good news to know you were okay. Anyway, I just want to hear from you. P.S. The talisman contains the experiment about existence from a talented cultivator called Madman Chu. I thought it might be useful for your injury. Be careful. You will owe him much karma if you accept his legacy. P. S. S. What is the best Tier 11 resource to break the Empyrean bottleneck? I wanted to ask the rebellion, but I thought you should be more knowledgeable than them. A tiny smile crept on the corner of Wu Hong's mouth before swiftly disappearing. She thought for a moment before taking out a piece of paper. Give this to him, she said, and a letter appeared in Wang Qi's hands. Is there anything else? No. Then you're dismissed. With a wave of her hand, Wang Qi disappeared from the room. Wu Hong looked at the two items in her hands, deep in thought. She carefully placed the letter away before focusing on the talisman. She had heard of the name, Madman Chu. During the Second Origin War, Qiyuan wanted to find the latter to help him complete his plan. Their group pursued countless rumors about Madman Chu in their attempt to locate him, but he was never found even after the event of the ultimate taboo. According to rumors, Madman Chu will only see someone that he wants to see. With a decisive look, she accepted the inheritance. Wang Qi sighed in relief when he realized he was somewhere in the Origin Seal continent. He did not waste any more time and used the special space ring the Patriarch gave him. He immediately sensed a weird aura protecting him. He no longer felt a potent power blocking his descent into the lower dimension. Through his connection to the Myriad Emperor world, Wang Qi immediately descended to the previous location where he had ascended a few hours prior. He then rushed into the throne room. What did she say? Did she respond? Immediately asked Wang Wei when he saw Wang Qi. Why? Yes, replied the tired messenger as he took out the letter. Wang Qi could not tell when the thing left his hand. Hello back. I'm doing okay, considering the circumstances. How about you? From what I hear, you're doing beautiful things in the lower dimension. P. S. I would like to thank you for this and the previous gift. I will reciprocate when the time is appropriate. P. S. S. The best would be Yuan Dao root. It takes the least amount of time to facilitate the breakthrough and has some effects in nourishing the fleshly body and the Empyrean soul while also helping stabilize the Grand Mist Wheel. However, it's a very rare spiritual herb, comparable to Tier 12 in value. Although the letter was short, Wang Wei had an uncontrollable grin throughout reading it. He looked at Wang Qi, and through his mind, he saw her again after what felt like an eternity. He saw her unparalleled beauty, strange yet familiar aura, and gray hair. In these short interactions, he had confirmed too many things and removed a heavy burden from his shoulders. Now, he knew she knew something about him, most likely the clone's memories or from his ancestors. More importantly, he knew she would at least give him a chance. Isn't it just pursuing her again? He would gladly do it 1,000,000 times if it meant they could get together again. As for her being different from the ones he met, it did not matter. He would get to know the new her and accept her as she was. Ha ha ha, laughed Wang Wei maniacally, and the world changed for him for the second time. A golden rain suddenly enveloped the world, puzzling everybody. However, when people noticed this rain could increase the life of mortals by at least 10 years, low and middle-level cultivators by 5, and upper echelon cultivators by 1 year, everyone went crazy. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Su Shi and a group of teachers stood outside, looking at this strange vision of heaven and earth. Heavenly Dao even wasted world source because he's happy? Said a teacher, not hiding his shock. I wonder how much you have to be beloved for heaven and earth to treat you like this, a female teacher with slight jealousy added. Not just beloved but powerful. That's true. Do you think any future heavenly emperor can recreate what he has done? Asked Song Li. Unless they can radically change the world for the better, I doubt it. I'm sure some people will fake these visions to embellish their reign. That's true. No one likes to admit they were inferior to their ancestors or the people that came before. Sadly, at least for a very long time, no one will ever come close to the first heavenly emperor's capabilities and achievements. So they could understand why some people would use such tactics. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1032 Happiness. Wang Wei was finally calm enough to stop laughing. He looked at the letter with a smile before carefully putting it away in a section of his space ring full of Wu Hong's things, including many clay or wood sculptures he had made. I'm sorry about that. No, it's okay, quickly replied Wang Qi. Everyone in the sect knew the patriarch carried some kind of profound sadness with him ever since the princess disappeared. Since his level was too low, he never knew all the information about those events. However, it seemed things were not as bad as some rumors. Tell me everything that happened. Don't leave any detail. Wang Qi recounted his experience. He explained everything he saw, learned, and even felt during his trip, and Wang Wei listened attentively. With this short encounter, he can deduce a great deal of information. What do you think of this old Ma? He asked. He acts like the steward of the entire operation, stated Wang Qi. However, he seems a bit indecisive. He does not make any major decisions and will report anything beforehand. Of course, this might be some kind of deceptive tactic. Wang Wei nodded outwardly to his words but did not immediately decide on Old Ma's personality or abilities. He understood it was reasonable not to make any hasty decision regarding things related to Wu Hong. Give me the reward. Wang Wei received the space ring, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Before even checking what was inside, he focused on the ring itself, and it was created. With how developed the cultivation civilization in the upper dimension is, it made sense such a thing would exist, he thought. After a specific tier, space rings are no longer safe because of how easily top powerhouses can control space. In other words, it's simple for a quasi-emperor to steal something from the space ring of a saint or lower cultivator without the latter knowing. At the immortal tier, such a thing is even more common and does not need to be only a space ring. Any world or pocket dimension that a cultivator creates to hold his item can be a victim of such a thing unless they place primary arrays to protect it. And even those could be useless for people who cultivate space, array Grand Dao Source, or both. The space ring the Alliance used was made of a material called void-blocking crystal. As the name implied, it blocked whatever space it was refined, preventing thieves of any kind. The material can also block all karma to prevent people from finding the location of the space it's blocking. This one should be a Tier 2 void-blocking crystal, meaning even the best Empyreans could not secretly take the thing inside, analyzed Wang Wei, slightly intrigued by what he divined. Finally, he checked the contents inside and was immediately satisfied with the result. According to their agreement, the final reward would be based on the quality of talent I brought them, and the first batch was the best of the best. The rebellion fulfilled their side of the detail and gave him many resources that would be helpful in the Dragon Phoenix realm. Thank you for your hard work, said Wang Wei. Although he had already agreed with true heavenly Tao, if Wang Qi was not careful, followed his instructions to the T, and did not resist the urge to run away with the rewards, everything would not have proceeded so smoothly. It was my greatest honor, Patriarch. Your reward is waiting for you back at the sect. A grin flashed in Wang Qi's mouth as he momentarily lost control due to excitement. He bowed politely before excusing himself. However, a few minutes after he left, someone came to the court to see Wang Wei. Son, what made you so happy? I got news from your daughter-in-law, that's why I'm so happy. Yu Yan paused. She was not stupid. As such, she deduced the state of her son's relationship despite him not telling her everything. After all, Empress Wu was a well-known and beloved eternal emperor of the world. Oh, thank heaven and earth. I don't have to worry about you anymore. Huh, what does that mean? Asked Wang Wei, who felt her tone was strange. After she disappeared, I fear you would end up alone, and I would never be a grandmother. With my handsome face, how could I end up alone? Since you wanted her and only her, I fear you would remain alone if she rejected you. Wang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Well, you don't have to worry about that, at least not yet. That's good. Yu Yan came only to check on him, so she briefly chatted before leaving. Her time was approaching, and she needed to train. Before leaving, Wang Wei wanted to give her something for her body, but she refused. She aims to achieve 7-leaf strength before underground Dao re-establishment after she and her husband rule over the court. Although this path is arduous and dangerous, the experience will also be a form of tempering for her. So, she declined as she believed it was best to leave these rare resources to her son or someone else. After Yu Yan's departure, Wang Wei soon had his third guest. Before the person entered, he heard a loud voice outside. My favorite grandson. Grandpa came to see you. I'm your only grandson. So this phrase is not as endearing as you think they are, he yelled back, and Wang Chong entered the room laughing. Isn't that a good thing? Now, you don't have to split my love with anyone else. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. So what made you so happy? asked Wang Chong. He had only come for a short break when he noticed the changes between heaven and earth. Some good news, and it also involved you, replied Wang Wei. Oh, I'm so close to finding Emperor Nine's sons. Wang Wei saw a glint in his grandfather's eyes, so he explained the situation with these top geniuses ascending. Good, uttered Wang Chong. Recently, I have been having dreams of reuniting with your grandmother. Now, I understand why. Wang Wei immediately looked at him seriously. Why are you acting like your reincarnation is your death? Don't look at me like this. I'm not about to do anything stupid, said Wang Chong, almost choking in anger. I just thought I might see her during the process. Do you want me to try to arrange something for you? No need. Let's leave it to fate. Wang Wei could not help rolling his eyes at how ironic such a reply was. He summoned a green crystal the size of a 50-carat diamond. This is for you. What is it? Asked Wang Chong, as he felt this crystal was pulsating or beating like a heart. I asked these people for the heart of an old tree, explained Wang Wei. This thing contains an enormous amount of wood/life energy, so you can train as severely as you want, and it will heal and strengthen your body in the process. Wang Wei was surprised by this thing. He asked for it specifically for his grandfather, so it was not an immortal tier resource. Yet, the energy contained in that crystal was palpitating. However, upon reflection, he realized it made sense. Anything that can be considered old in the upper dimension must at least be 1 yuan epoch. So I can train even harder? Asked Wang Chong. Yes, but you should still take time to rest. This thing doesn't have as good of an effect on restoring spiritual power, let alone mental fatigue. I know. How do I use it? You only need to keep in one of your heart's chambers. Plush. Wang Chong directly plunged his hand and the crystal into his heart, making Wang Wei speechless. This guy could have swallowed it and controlled the thing to reach his heart, or be more civilized and used a small teleportation technique to send it to its destination. But no, he had to use such brutal means. No wonder his technique was so masochist, he secretly complained. Well, I'm back to training, said Wang Chong, who prepared to leave. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Do you have any more of the wine from last time? Wang Wei waved his hand to give him a bottle. Only one? Don't be so cheap, Im. With a thought, his grandfather disappeared from the court and returned to the sect. He smiled as he heard the latter's complaints about not respecting his elders. His gaze shifted to the swallowing zone. He now knew what to turn the Genesis fruit into, but that created some other trouble for him, energy. If he wants that thing to turn into the Yuandao root and the best of its kind, he will need to feed it even more energy. What a headache, he muttered before entering a short retreat, waiting for the next major event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1033 Returned 200 years passed, and many people thought the world would be quiet and peaceful until 100 years later, when the next court meeting would occur. However, today would be a day to remember. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. It's already time? He summoned the chi luck of the entire world to block the myriad emperor world from all types of foreign eyes. He did not want an ounce of what was about to happen to be leaked, at least not for a while. Boom! The entire world suddenly changed as visions enveloped every corner. Golden lotus, Dao sounds, purple chi from the east, sacred beasts, sage chanting or preaching, everything was present. Afterward, 7 individuals with noble and awe-inspiring aura appeared floating above the sky. The world was boiling as the people recognized these 7 individuals and realized what they'd become. The people realized the previous battle was not simple and held a great secret, most likely connected to the heavenly court. Sadly, those who knew the truth remained quiet. After these people showed their presence to the world, they immediately headed to the court to see Wang Wei, and they were all shocked. They had previously known how powerful he was, but it was a completely different experience to witness it themselves, especially in their current realm and strength. I have seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor. 7x. At ease, said Wang Wei. While these people were checking him out, he was also doing the same, observing each of them closely. Yin Zhen had now reached the 3rd step of the 10 steps in the Dragon Phoenix realm. His battle prowess should be in the middle of the 5-fold battle realm. Lin Fan had also achieved the 5-fold battle realm, but he should be on the lower end and slightly weaker than General Jian Wushuang achieved the threefold battle realm. But it was the peak. With only a little push, he can achieve fourfold. Zhan Biyu was also threefold, but she was more in the middle and lower tier. Jingwu Hua and Xiao Songxi achieved twofold with slight differences, while Yang Guowei had one-fold battle strength. However, both Xiao Songxi and Yang Guowei were only pseudo-eternals and not the genuine type. Yang Guowei is burdened by his father's actions while Xiao Songxi was disturbed by what happened with the Sea Clan, analyzed Wang Wei. Those two, along with Jingwu Hua, were the type of eternal talents that were not guaranteed success. In other words, their ability to become eternal hinged on their performance while absorbing the heaven's will. Jingwu Hua's state of mind was strengthened and sublimated after speaking with her father and finding purpose for her life. She performed to the best of her ability and became an eternal. Sadly, these two failed. Tell me everything you experienced after ascending. Lin Fan stepped and explained everything. He did not hide anything. He told Wang Wei everything they saw and experienced, including the mirror test, the contract, absorbing the heaven will, and contacting their factions afterward. Unfortunately, only Lin Fan received some acknowledgement from Emperor Kong, while the others were still silent. So far, there doesn't seem to be any issue, thought Wang Wei. Did they brief on the general situation of the war? They gave us an information jade that explained the overall situation. Can you show it to me, or is that restricted information? Besides a few minor things, I can show you the rest, replied Lin Fan as he sent the information. Wang Wei shook his head. The thing was not detailed enough, but he did not know whether this information was left out or the rebellion simply did not know. Luckily, he learned a very crucial piece of information that he was not privy to prior. Methreya and Supreme Unity disappeared a few hundred years ago. No, they disappeared precisely around the time he contacted Empyrean Jimin. Did Methreya force him out of the Eternal Ascension world to limit his influence in this chess game, or did they disappear for an entirely different reason? Analyzed Wang Wei. He was leading more on the former since the timing was too coincidental. He focused back on the ground and sent them the information he knew in much greater detail. He started with the ultimate taboo, talked about the 7 moons, 2 suns rise to power, and their split, and even mentioned the path of transcendence. Although Wang Wei still hid a lot of information, he provided them with a lot more information than the rebellion gave them. Then, he waited for more than 10 minutes as these people processed this information. Do you know why I told you all this information? Lin Fan smiled wryly as he understood. They now had a more comprehensive understanding of the situation, thus making it easier for them to make good decisions and prevent the rebellion from taking advantage of their ignorance. Wang Wei's tactic is an excellent way to prevent them from becoming these people's pawns, but they inadvertently became his pawn in the process. You shouldn't have told us this information, said Zhen. We won't be able to hide it from the people above. No one can divine or deduce the information since it will trigger a response from those two, he explained. So, you're only concerned with protecting it from your memory. As soon as you return, contact your factions with this information. He looked at Lin Fan. Emperor Kong should know something, but it will still be valuable to him. As for you guys, your faction will want to know how you learned such secrets and should contact you. Wang Wei was sure these moons would temper with history and hide many secrets. The only issue is you two. His eyes shifted to Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. Emperor Kong should have no issue helping you protect your mind. Honestly, I have no issue if you guys sell the information for more benefit, but you should understand what can be sold and what should be kept a secret. We understand, replied Lin Fan, who was secretly sighing. He was already feeling the effect of an inferior background. Unfortunately, he could not help it since the academy was simply too young and lacked history. How long can you guys stay? A maximum of 300 years, but it's best to leave as soon as possible. Once they descended to the lower realm, they received a notice from True Heavenly Tao. In that case, get your affairs in order and leave. Everyone saluted Wang Wei before dispersing in different directions. Lin Fan appeared outside of the academy and turned around to look in the court's direction. The path of transcendence? His eyes had an unknown glint before disappearing. Many people were waiting for him, but he went straight to his wife. He held her in his arms before spilling out his guts. He told her everything he experienced, including the meeting a few minutes ago. The situation has become more complicated and dangerous, sighed Su Shi. Yes, but the greater the danger also means more benefit. Plus, I now have concrete proof of the way forward. Since these two sons achieved half-step transcendence, it means it's possible, and a feasible method exists. You have a point. Su Shi knew she would not be able to escape the upcoming war. Her delayed ascension only meant she had a long time to prepare and get stronger. What's your plan before you leave? Do you even have time to do anything? The first major thing is to preach and repay my karma to the world. You still owe the world karma? Yes, but not as much as you guys. Regardless, since it's my home, I will do my best to take care of it, replied Lin Fan. After that, I should have time to leave a formation and artifact for the sect. The formation was easier to set up, but the artifact could cause some issues. If the sect already has a quasi-emperor weapon prepared, he only needs to nourish it with the Grand Tao source and fuse his weapon's projection into it. However, if they want him to refine a better emperor artifact for them, that would require more time and better resources. What about the Tao ancestors, immortal venerables, and insurgents? I will send the Grand Tao source seeds and immortal mansions when Wang Wei exchanges the next batches of candidates. Lin Fan momentarily paused at the absurdity of this statement. As for my insurgents, I have prepared the resources and instructions, but you need to complete it for me. It's good that you're prepared for everything, nodded Su Shi. But what about our situation? Have you made a decision? Yes. I was thinking about leaving an immortal clone to accompany them while we continued our pursuit of Grand Tao. Lin Fan did not hear from her for a few seconds, so he swiftly added, I can even modify their memories so they don't know about my main body. He felt it would be terrible on his conscience if he just abandoned everybody after everything they've gone through. This may be the best choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1034 Secret Vault. Here. This is for you, said Lin Fan as he placed a space ring in her soft palm. What's this? Heavenly Tao restricted what we could bring back, but some leeways remain. I found a few rare resources for you. Where did you get the time and opportunity to get these things? Asked Su Shi after checking the contents with her divine sense. It's a loan from the rebellion. She immediately frowned. Will that not cause more complications? Maybe. But I only need to do one special mission, and I can repay the debt. That sounds dangerous. Possibly, but it's worth it, replied Lin Fan calmly. Plus, I came here to prepare for any possible danger. Su Shi immediately understood what he meant. Eternal emperors born in the lower dimension have an advantage over the upper dimension ones. They can leave a normal clone along with well-protected secret realms containing their name and history. The lower dimension is under true heavenly Tao's protection, whose rules do not allow any beings to influence or mess with it easily. As such, when someone tries to erase a lower dimension eternal emperor, the clone and secret realm become a barrier that forces them to deal with the restrictions of true heavenly Tao. Such a loophole is a right granted only to eternal emperors from the lower dimension. In other words, if someone is born in the upper dimension but descends and proves the Tao there, true heavenly Tao won't allow it. Additionally, they have only one chance and cannot recreate these clones or secret realms if they are destroyed. I'm worried about Wang Wei, said Lin Fan. The security vault, as it has been labeled over the years, is one of an eternal emperor's greatest secrets, something that some of them do not even tell their Tao companion. However, Lin Fan knew he would not be able to hide his vault from Wang Wei's eyes, even if he put it somewhere in the endless void. His existence has long broken the balance, replied Su Shi. Eternals are usually generations, if not eras, apart, and their strength is relative to one another, making it easier to hide their vaults. Unfortunately, this era was a mess. Do you have any idea? He asked, not willing to relent on this particular situation. The only thing I can think of is if you could find some resource to hide and send it back. However, such a thing must at least be tier 11, and Heavenly Tao would never allow such a thing to descend to the lower dimension. Not necessarily, countered Lin Fan. As you said, he's broken the balance, and true Heavenly Tao will not accept that, even if there is some kind of connection or deal between them. Maybe it can be convinced. You're thinking too positively. Do you think it will give you an unfair advantage just to balance out Wang Wei? Having a vault protected or hidden by an Empyrean tier resource would give Lin Fan too much of an advantage, so his plan had a very low chance of success. Unless I could find something that targets only him, he added softly. Does such a thing exist? And if he did, is it worth using it only on him, especially given the situation? That remains to be seen. Did your identity bring you any trouble? No, they didn't say or do anything. Not even once. I thought there would be some delay to my heaven will, but nothing of the sort. It's odd they didn't mention it whatsoever, muttered Wang Wei. I feel the same way. No need to worry, reassured Wang Wuxia after seeing the look on his face. This could mean they don't worry you will be a threat or have long decided not to include you into their core. Is that so? It could be a good thing, continued Wang Wei. Not being a core member means you won't be sent on horrible missions. Of course, you must be cautious not to be used as a discarded or replaceable pawn. I will be careful. Wang Wei dismissed him and looked into the distance for a moment before closing his eyes and waiting. He did not have to wait long as Zhan Biyu soon came to see him. To what do I owe this pleasure? He asked, standing up from the throne and inviting her to walk outside. I came to ask for a favor, replied Zhan Biyu directly. I know I owe you a lot already, but I can help it. Help? Why don't you ask your employer? Employer? She shook her head, thinking what a strange way to refer to these people and their circumstances. We have not reached such a level of trust yet. That's understandable. So what do you need? A way to track and kill 5 Heart. I understand tracking her, but killing? Don't you want to do it yourself? No, I want her gone as soon as possible. She was almost in trouble while absorbing the heaven will. If not for the talent of her pure heart, she might have fallen short like Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi. After that ordeal, she decided to remove that trouble as swiftly as humanly possible. Very well, agreed Wang Wei. He raised his palm to condense a talisman with 2 purposes. Use karma, divination, and yin-yang calculation to find a target and seal a powerful attack from him. Thank you, and I promise I will repay my debt. Wang Wei smiled but did not say anything else, not even mentioning Emperor 5 Heart's artifact that he was slightly interested in. Some things were simply not destined for him, and since this artifact was not worth the effort of ignoring fate, he was more nonchalant about it. Zhan Biyu returned to the 5-element balance palace, feeling a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Now, she can focus on repairing her relationship with the palace. After what happened in the Heaven Will battle, no one completely trusted. Although she understood their reason, she was still a little distracted and chose to view her relation to her sect as more of a transaction where each party gets what they want. However, after seeing the situation upstairs and knowing the importance of a good background, she wanted to repair the relationship to prevent any trouble with the upper dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1035 Blood Source Nourishment Golden Crow Clan. Have you prepared everything? Asked Jingwu Hua. I'm afraid we will need a little bit more time. Jingwu Hua frowned, looking at the thin middle-aged man dressed in green. If she remembered correctly, he held the title of Crow too and was known for his managerial abilities. I thought I told you to prepare beforehand. Crow too was immediately embarrassed. Jingwu Hua did not tell them why she wanted a peak quasi-emperor artifact modified after her proving Dao artifact. In hindsight, they should have guessed what she wanted, but no one thought she would have another chance at proving the Dao. How much longer? She asked. Give us 20 years and it will be done. 20 years? That's too long. I will give you 10. If you can't get it done, then consider that you don't have fate with an emperor artifact. Crow 2's mouth twitched but did not dare say anything. We will get it done. Jingwu Hua nodded nonchalantly. Then she asked him, why aren't you leaving? There is something else I would like to consult you about. Jingwu Hua sensed his careful tone. Don't beat around the bush. It's about the Yang clan. Do you guys want my help to eliminate them? Not eliminate per se, since that might cause you trouble with Yang Guowei. But is it possible to force them to move out of the sun? In your dream, said Jingwu Hua directly. Okay, you can leave. Crow 2 secretly sighed as he expected this outcome. He secretly cursed the former patriarch of the clan.
That bastard was greedy and wanted to forcefully get his hands on that emperor bone to turn his waste of a son into a heaven chosen.
The worst part is he convinced many others in his lineage to follow his stupid plan. By the time he knew of the truth, a terrible rift had already been built between the clan and Jianghu Hua. Crow too walked out of the room, his shoulder lower than when he walked in. He did not even mention the third issue he wanted to discuss: Grand Dao Source Baptism. Something told him their clan should not expect such a favor. Jianghu Hua calmly watched this and only sneered. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible after repaying her karmic debt to this damn clan. Afterward, she only had to preach to the myriad emperor world and prepare her secret vault.
Her focus should be on the branch on the upper dimension and the upcoming war.
Sword casting villa. I did not expect the situation to be so dire, sighed Xianxia. At least there is some good news about our ancestors, if that can be called good news. Best we stay positive. True, nodded Xianxia. You have to be careful? I will. What about your goal? I've acquired some information, explained Jian Wushuang. They know about the ultimate sword path, but the extreme swordsmen have gone above and beyond to suppress it. Doesn't that mean you're in trouble? Yes and no, responded Jian Wushuang. There are currently no Paragon-tier extreme swordsmen, so the situation is still manageable. Additionally, I learned that the situation was not aggravated because someone intervened. Someone intervened? Are you referring to one of the moons? Probably not. As you know, we swordsmen are arrogant, so how could we listen to them? So, a very powerful and respected swordsman calmed down the situation? I wonder who it is. I have no idea, as everyone I tried to acquire was purposely vague. I didn't want to raise suspicion and not pry too deep into it, replied Jian Wushuang. But as you said, it must be a very powerful and famous swordsman to have such a large influence. My next task is to find more information about this person and their intentions. You suspect they have the same goal as you? I can't help but do, nodded Jian Wushuang. After the news, all extreme path swordsmen reacted harshly, especially after knowing this new path was the trend of heaven and earth. However, despite all their influence, this person chose to calm the flame instead of fueling it. Of course, there is a chance they did not want this new development to affect the current political situation, but I have to be wary. That's a good direction to investigate. However, you should have realized it's not simple to take the destiny of this new path. Of course I do. Jian Wushuang was not stupid, so he knew the difficulty that lay ahead. A little eternal emperor could only dream of bearing the weight of such a destiny. Furthermore, he soon realized the main thing needed to achieve his ambition: the support of a powerful faction. The sword-casting villa appeared to fill these criteria, but things were not as simple as stated. He did not know whether his seniors and ancestors would support this new path or be adamant in their stubborn ways, choosing to eliminate it instead of embracing it. If that becomes the situation he faces, he might have to do things alone. Time is not on your side, stated Xianxia. Wang Tian will ascend in the next generation, not giving you much of an advantage. And if the Heavenly Emperor decides to suppress you as a way to pave the way for his father, your situation will become even worse. Jian Wushuang was silent, looking in the distance. Wang Wei won't intervene. What makes you so sure? 2 reasons. Wang Tian is a swordsman and has our arrogance. He won't allow his son to intervene in such a thing. Secondly, Wang Wei has inherited the Dao opening sex ideology of how to train genius. He will probably treat me as a sharpening stone for his father. You might be right, but it also seems you're relying too much on luck. Xianxia was not as confident as him. My current greatest threat is not the Wang clan. Who else could possibly be a threat? It's that swordsman called Ji Lanfang, replied Jian Wushuang. After I descended, I sensed a few supreme swordsmen, and he was the most dangerous. He's indeed a great threat, uttered Xianxia. Ji Lanfang was of this generation, meaning he could immediately compete with Jian Wushuang. According to the villa's deduction, the Heavenly Emperor era will spread throughout the endless void, delaying Ji Lanfang's ascension, but he should leave around the same time as the Heavenly Emperor. So, what are you going to do next? No rush. I first need to settle my karma in the lower dimension and deal with a few other things. Body Dao Cave. Welcome the Cave Master. These words echoed between heaven and earth as thousands of people pronounced them simultaneously. Yin Zhen calmly watched everything, taking in everybody's happiness and hidden emotions. He knew why they were so accepted. In the cave's history, the ancestor was the only pure body refiner, while all the others were double practitioners. These emperors did not want to risk dying and chose to prove the Tao as Qi practitioners. But today, the Body Tao cave finally has its second pure body refiners that absorbed a heaven will. And based on records, Yin Zhen's achievements were even more remarkable than the ancestors. "Be at ease," he said before immediately beginning his work. The cave was his home, and he wanted it to strive. So, Yin Zhen wanted to increase their foundation to the best of his ability. He started a blood essence nourishment for the sect on the spot. Body-refining emperors of his kind could not use Grand Tao baptism, but he could nourish these people with a drop of blood from his essence. Such a process had the same effect as the baptism but rather focused more on enhancing blood qi and talent for body refining. Yin Zhen nodded in satisfaction a few hours later after finishing the process. He knew even if the Heavenly Emperor did it, he could not do as good a job as him, and it was not because his current body refining realm was higher. At the end of the day, his essence was the purest because he did not double cultivate his body and qi. The next step was to leave his scripture for the cave. While absorbing the heaven will, Yin Zhen did not just increase his cultivation level. The heaven will showed him the truth of the universe and many more. In the process of absorbing it, he learned a great deal about the universe's essence, which allowed him to optimize his original scripture and prepare for his future cultivation. Regarding tempering the body and understanding willpower manifestation, Yin Zhen did not know whether he was the best in the lower dimension, but he was definitely in the top 3. The result of his comprehension was an update on his zombie art. He updated it to be more universal by lowering the threshold and the side effects of becoming an undead creature first to cultivate. This technique should have been called Yin Refining Art, but he kept the original name for sentimental reasons. Besides the scripture, Yin Zhen had to set up a formation that used his entire exoskeletons as a medium, along with a blood artifact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1036 Sacrifice Great Yi Dynasty. Xiao Songxi was elated to see his mother and sister again. "So from now on, our dynasty will be a veritable emperor lineage?" asked his sister, not hiding her excitement and joy. "We will. He now, I can walk in the world with my head raised proudly." "Couldn't you do that before?" chided Mother Xiao. She then looked at her son. "I'm proud of you." A large grin was plastered on Xiao Songxi's face after hearing that. "Humph," snorted Sister Xiao. "Now, these people should regret what they've done to us." "Why are you bringing this now?" "I'm just saying." "Mother is correct. There is no need to bring negativity to today's joyous occasion," said Xiao Songxi, deciding to spend a great day with his family. He did not tell them much about the ongoing of the upper dimension or the rebellion as he did not want to worry them. Near the end of the family dinner, he asked them, "You have to make a choice." "What choice? Do you want to become immortal now or wait later until I have settled in the upper dimension and I can bring you? It's very easy to acquire heaven wills, and you can both prove the Tao." "Really? We can become emperors?" "Yes, but it will take some time. You might have to seal yourself to prevent running out of lifespan." He had already searched the relevant information, and knew he could send a projection into the lower dimension after becoming an Empyrean and bringing his family with him. "Can you send the heaven will down here?" "Why are you asking such a question?" asked Mother Xiao. "What else?" "So I can become a heavenly emperor." Xiao Songxi was immediately speechless, while Mother Xiao scolded her daughter for speaking nonsense. "No, that's not allowed," he explained. "You will have to ascend." "Oh, what a shame." Xiao Songxi rolled his eyes. If delusion were a power, this girl would truly be invincible. "Sierra, what do you think we should do?" He thought for a moment. "Let's wait." The emperor path reigned supreme, so it was best to choose it. Although his family had to wait a long time, the sealing process would not make it feel as such. Now that he had made a choice, he had to prepare for the future. He needed to leave a mortal clone to be the ruler of the dynasty and pass on the Xiao clan. He also needed to create powerful insurgents that would protect not only his dynasty but also his family. Everyone was tired after dinner and chose to sleep soundly today. Everyone except Xiao Songxi. As he watched his sister fall into a true dream, his eyes looked in the distance, flashing with deep hatred. He immediately used a technique that allowed him to temporarily sacrifice 99% of his power to boost one aspect: invisibility/infiltration. He headed directly to the ocean, to the Baishi clan. No one detected him as he found the new patriarch. His father was killed by him after forcing the bastard to apologize to his mother and sister, and forcefully took control of the sex formations and a few artifacts. Then, Xiao Songxi began a massacre. He killed almost everything in sight, with a few exceptions. He kept a few immortals and insurgents, with the intention to modify their memories and enslave their souls so they could serve his great Yi. Their dynasty was new and weak and needed to increase its foundation. The second group he left alive was the Star Sage. When he visited Wang Wei to ask permission for his actions, the latter only told him that such a bloodline should not become extinct in the world. So, Xiao Songxi plans to use them on his own. The destruction of the Baishi clan was swift and efficient. Xiao Songxi's sneak attack caught them off guard, preventing the insurgents from putting on a decent fight. Additionally, he enveloped the clan with their own array to prevent the Sea clan's immortal sovereign from detecting something and intervening. Once he finished his massacre, he launched a terrifying bloodline curse to eradicate the remaining members who were lucky to be outside. Xiao Songxi proceeded to plunder the sect's resources and foundation before leaving. His destination was not home but the court. Why are you here? Wang Wei thought he would be counting his spoils by now, so he was baffled why the latter directly came to see him. I wanted your opinion or input on something, and this is what I want to pay for your help. He wanted to say service but felt inappropriate. Wang Wei looked at the space ring and was slightly surprised. A 5-star sage. The Baishi clan has claimed they did not have one of those in this generation, but now it appears they went to extreme lengths to hide this secret. Why don't you ask the sage? I don't think their ability can help me, at least not with their current strength. I accept your offer, replied Wang Wei. The 5-star sage's divination was very unique and could be of great help to the sect. Plus, he was slightly intrigued by what the latter wanted to know. What is it you want to know? Xiao Songxi took a moment to word his question correctly. Is it possible for me to have a second chance to become an eternal if I sacrifice, let's say, an Empyrean? Wang Wei did not expect these words to come out of Xiao Songxi's mouth. A rather bold and interesting idea. So, is it feasible? Logically speaking, it is, but let's check. His eyes lit up, followed by countless strings materializing around him. He played with a few like they were a guqin. Your idea would have succeeded if you were the first to do it. Xiao Songxi sighed as the worst-case scenario he feared had happened. He was not the first or only cultivator to use sacrifice Dao, so it should be expected. Additionally, if there were no limitations to such a thing, people could just cultivate sacrifice Dao as a sub-Dao and try it. What about a paragon? Wang Wei looked at him. Has your desire for power driven you crazy? Xiao Songxi was silent. I'm just not willing. Wang Wei sighed. I'm not one to belittle someone's goal or ambition. Anyways, the current situation is chaotic, so who says it's not possible for Little Eternal to capture a paragon and use it as a sacrifice? I know you're just saying these words, but I still appreciate them, said Xiao Songxi as he bowed and left. Soon, the news of what happened to the Baishi clan spread. Countless eyes fixed on the Sea clan as people wanted to know the ins and outs and how things would develop. Soon after, rumors that the Sea clan would appeal to the court to sanction Xiao Songxi's actions spread like wildfire. People began to speculate this event would be significant as it would dictate the relationship between the court and the newly appearing eternal powerhouses. Some people even believed that Xiao Songxi's actions were an act of rebellion. He did it to send a message to the court that no one could restrain him or the others. The discussion soon got out of control as people believed there might be internal strife in the myriad emperor world, an act that would severely affect the progress they've made since the beginning of the era. However, regardless of the final outcome, most citizens had faith in the Heavenly Emperor's final victory. They just worried what price would be paid to end this situation as soon as possible. During this time, the dream world saw its highest usage, allowing Wang Wei to gather a lot of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the people were severely wrong. After a few days, nothing happened, and the Sea clan did not launch an official complaint. The wise individuals were not surprised by this outcome. Nothing can go undetected by the Heavenly Emperor. So, Xianxia's action only meant one thing: it was allowed.
No one knew whether the Heavenly Emperor simply did not care and let it happen, or they came up with some kind of deal. Regardless of the reason, it happened because he allowed it.
The Sea clan knew this and thus decided it was pointless to launch a complaint. They knew that even if they complained, the Heavenly Emperor could just ignore them or use myriad bullshit bureaucratic justifications for his decisions. So, the best move is to remain quiet.
Maybe such an act would improve their standing in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes in the slightest and repair the previously fractured relationship.
The world did not focus too much on this catastrophe. Less than a month after descending, it was finally time for these new emperors to preach to the world. Such a major event took precedence over any clan annihilation without a doubt. After all, what these people genuinely care about is benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1037 Mass Preaching. My name is the Heavenly Zombie Emperor. Today, I will preach about essence. Between heaven and earth, all sentient beings are composed of three aspects: essence, spirit, and qi. Essence is the. Even though Yin Zhen was a true power Dao realm cultivator, he is allowed to use the title of Great Emperor, and it's not just him. Anyone who has achieved 40 infant fiend god force can use an emperor title. The entire world listened attentively to this sermon, including Wang Wei. With the new update of the origin system, body refining has become a core aspect, especially in the divine body realm. So, this sermon served a crucial role in the overall development of the world. The process lasted 3 years, and everything was accompanied by visions that covered the world. Dao rhymes enveloped the myriad emperor world, granting it a sense of mystery and grandeur. Wang Wei blocked the world, so these visions remained internal, but there was a high chance they would not spread, given it was only a sermon, and these people were alternative emperors. I am the Chaos Time Emperor, and I talk about the evolution of time from its earliest state of chaos and disorder to a peaceful and neutral condition that allows the thriving of life. According to the order the group agreed on, Lin Fan was next and began his sermon 3 months after Yin Zhen's ended. He also lasted 3 years, creating a visual experience similar to his predecessor, with the exception that the river of time might have flashed a few times. I am the Infinite Sword Emperor, and my Dao is that of the infinite strike, infinite cut, infinite parry, infinite. Jian Wushuang's sermon was geared towards swordsmen, and he was not apologetic about it. Although people could learn a thing or two from him about attacking, but his target or demographic was the swordsman. Of course, this sermon was considered controversial in the swordsmanship community. Extreme swordsmen are still the mainstream of the world despite losing one of their best, Wang Tian. But now, they realize they've also lost another great talent. Even worse, this one has proved the Dao on this new path. Many people knew there would be some strife in the swordsmanship community once everything settled. Previously, everyone became quiet because they knew their real confrontation was in the next generation after Wang Tian proved the Dao. However, Jian Wushuang's action might have provoked an advanced war between these people. Wang Tian, who was complaining non-stop as to why his son forcefully stopped his training, became genuinely happy that he did.
Despite everything he learned and experienced in the swordsmanship world, the benefit he received from learning from an eternal emperor was immense.
From then on, he decided to record the Sermon of All Sword Emperors as part of the foundation for the Sword Alliance. Of course, he also knew he could not immediately return to his seclusion once this was over. He had to show his face to the world and quell some of the chaos in his community. This humble Taoist priest took the name Twin Unity Empress to emphasize the unity of man and heaven and earth, man and the Tao, and man and itself. Our journey will begin like all life began, with a balance of the 5 elements, followed by the evolution of Yin and Yang, and we will end with a touch of Taiji. 5 elements has always been the most common and widespread Tao in the world, and with the versatility of Yin and Yang, her sermon was the most favored of everyone, and there is a low chance that someone would surpass her in that area. The people felt they did not have enough once she finished. The dichotomy between going from Lin Fan's esoteric time-related sermon to Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship focus words, and then to her sermon was simply surreal. Most people felt they spent 3 years listening to nonsense, followed by 3 years of something most were not interested in, to listening to the fundamental truths of the universe, and it was such a spiritual experience. Alas, All good things must come to an end. I am the pure Yang Flame Empress, and my Tao focus not on balance but on the extreme. Today, we will focus on the extreme of flame. Jingwu Hua's sermon should have been very popular, considering flame Tao is widespread, but it was not. Firstly, she only focused on the flame aspect of her Tao and did not touch on the Yang aspect. Secondly, she directed her preaching toward the demon race, focusing on applying Tao through the bloodline instead of the normal way of the soul, spirit, mind, or body. Few humans have bloodlines, at least relatively compared to the demon race. Ultimately, people only complain to themselves. After all, she was an eternal emperor and from the demon race, so it was understandable why she took this approach. Maybe she's not as bad as I thought, muttered Aoshin. Long ago, the demon race wanted to form an alliance with her through marriage, but things never reached anywhere. The relationship with the Golden Crow clan can be described as neutral, but that's only because of his existence. Once he leaves, there is a high chance that his kind will revert to disdaining the Golden Crow clan. I can use this to genuinely appease the relationship between us. I was lucky enough to acquire the title of heart-sacrificing emperor. Today, I will show a different perspective on the cultivation world from the aspect of sacrifice. Mortals envy our power, status, and long lifespan, but what price do we pay for those things? What do we sacrifice? Time, effort, morality, and a myriad of other things. Sacrifice is a balanced way of the world that touches on the way of yin and yang. Sacrifice one thing to gain something else, and the more you're willing to pay, the greater the reward. Xiao Song's sermon was odd, to say the least. Wang Wei saw it as the cultivation version of a motivational talk, and the effects were more than wonderful. He could foresee the effect as more cultivators worked hard in their journey, as they knew whatever difficulty they were currently dealing with was the sacrifice needed to attain power, wealth, and longevity. My name is Yang Guowei, now known as the Chrome Emperor. Color on a superficial level is how we see or perceive the world. Although this aspect is fascinating, there is more to colors than this. Yang Guowei's sermon was more popular than Wang Wei anticipated, as the fact he went last did not have much of an effect. He first started by preaching about perception, which was very helpful to cultivators since they learned many applications of their senses and perceptions. However, what made his sermon so popular was his target audience. Mortals, the ones focusing on arts and crafts. He weaved ideas and techniques about using color in various arts and crafts, mostly painting, but he was also creative from many other professions. His actions boosted the validity and power of the enlightening temple, which thus further empowered mortals. Wang Wei opened his eyes as Yang Guowei uttered his last words. He could sense the world's unwillingness. After all, they spent 21 or more years straight listening to great emperors. No Eternals preached to them. No world in the lower dimension has ever experienced such a thing, and none will ever do. He calmly observed the world as many visions manifested all at once. 7 multicolored dragons materialized in the sky before traveling worldwide, showing their might and presence before each finally ended in their respective sex chi luck. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. 6 emperor lineages increased their sex foundation, and a new lineage appeared. Wang Wei focused on the Tao rhymes of the world and could not help but praise himself for what he did to the origin system. Cultivators who were in the divine altar realm had a feast because of how many Tao rhymes the world received and the fact they were new and extremely active. Many of the young geniuses in this realm successfully established one of the best foundations in probably 100 generations. The people in this cultivator realm were not the only ones who benefited. Anyone who was in the midst of switching to the new system took advantage of these 7 sermons to accelerate the process and strengthen their foundation. Meanwhile, cultivators of the old era or system also had their cake. With so much Tao rhyme, understanding the laws became way easier. Wang Wei expects a dramatic increase in the number of void-shattering realm cultivators for a while, until the Tao rhymes enter a more inert state. Everyone is happy and celebrating, but who amongst them knows about the consequences? Muttered Wang Wei as he looked in the distance. The myriad emperor world just acquired 7 new eternal powerhouses. This would not change this fact even if they will not be staying. So, the main issue is how things are going to be balanced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1038 Aftermath. Wang Wei's eyes saw or experienced how true heavenly Tao would balance the overwhelming growth of the myriad emperor world, and he had to marvel at the latter's creativity. He saw two extremely powerful star beasts battling it in the world, their fight taking them across multiple world communities. That battle resulted in a space-time storm that created world collisions between hundreds, if not thousands, greater thousand worlds and their respective heaven-will world. These collisions were not temporary but led to permanent fusion. These heaven-will worlds will have their world source drastically increased and granted permission to create more heaven-wills. He saw how true heavenly Tao removed the cognitive blockage of a few people, allowing them to become more innovative and creative. Dozens of them eventually created new things that allowed them to amass enough merit to use the merit-proving method, which also became a part of their fortunate encounter. Along the same line, Ao Shin's merit transitioning method became the reward for new secret realms that appeared out of nowhere, and most of them also contained innate demon god bloodline for the destined individuals. Wang Wei saw people who accidentally released unique qi from the source qi space, qi that served a similar purpose as Su Shi's primordial chaos qi, increasing the world source and overall strength of the world. With more sources, these worlds can now condense additional heaven wills. Another method of the balance mechanism he saw was some heaven-will world reverting to their ancient period. In the old times, the Nine Devil God world was not the only place that gave birth to more than one heaven-will at the cost of sacrificing the birth of higher-class emperors. They became the most famous but not the only ones. Although these worlds were rare, they existed across the lower dimension. However, after the devil invasion, true heavenly Tao intervened in managing these heaven-will worlds and removed the concept of these worlds. Every world was homogeneous from now on as they followed the blueprint of one heaven-will per generation. This method was the perfect way to encounter the sheer number of emperors the myriad emperor world acquired. The sudden increase of heaven's will and new emperors was not true heavenly Tao's only move. Some worlds did not get such an opportunity but received more resources to cultivate immortal sovereigns and true power Tao powerhouses. Resources to cultivate eternal class insurgent that were rare and even severely limited began to appear in larger quantities. You didn't have to react so severely. After all, I was also planning on sending them upstairs and increasing their number of emperors, complained Wang Wei as he shook his head. The changes in this world were not happening immediately and would take some time. However, he had no plan of intervening as he knew the consequences. What a fascinating creature true heavenly Tao is. According to his deduction, true heavenly Tao wishes for the lower dimension to prosper as it would increase its power to fight against supreme unity. However, the increase has to be done in a specific way that ensures the balance of the world. Is the core of its creation balance? Can such a conclusion apply to Grand Tao Source as well? Asked Wang Wei to himself. However, the answer was not so cut and dry. In the upper dimension, the concept of balance is not as strict or even present. That's evident by how powerful and unrestrained paragons are. So, if he expanded things to the larger macrocosm, Grand Tao would care even less. It will not care whether paragons or half-step transcendents killed each other or an unfathomable number of lives. It will not care how powerful or heaven-defying they become compared to others. But what if someone's power approached or caught to it? Will Grand Tao continue its nonchalant attitude, or will it also activate some form of balance mechanism? Wang Wei knew Grand Tao had its own rules or mechanism because of the existence of the 13 taboos and his deduction that the latter wanted a replacement for the Fate Cardinal. However, his knowledge of the subject was subpar, to say the least, so he wanted to see if he could deduce more information by observing a lesser version of Grand Tao. I'm getting ahead of myself, thought Wang Wei. He would have to be at least a paragon to observe and contemplate the essence of true heavenly Tao. And even then, it won't be easy to get even a glimpse of the truth. After the sermon, the world entered a time of peace and tranquility. Wang Wei postponed the next court meeting until these people left. He knew he could not hide the court from the upper dimension, but he also did not want any possible complications with these people's presence as they learned more about how things operate. During the next 200 years, these descending emperors focused on creating their secret vaults or establishing a foundation for their factions, including creating special training secret realms or leaving some rare resources they bought or borrowed from the rebellion. The first to leave 20 years later was General Wang Wei had many deep exchanges with him during the entire time, and they learned from each other. He had great respect for Gen, so he offered to teach him his ancestors' evading technique as a way to save his life in the upcoming war. He only asked the latter to promise not to pass it to someone else. However, Gen refused, and Wang Wei accepted his decision. The next person to leave was Jianghu,
followed by Zhen Biyu and Jiang Wushuang. Yang Guowei and Xiao Songxi had to wait to leave with Lin Fan. In the meantime, the former patriarch of the Baishi clan came to see Wang Wei before leaving, giving him the promised gifts for looking at his family. Xiao Songxi was generous in his gift as he handed Wang Wei 5 Grand Dao source seeds and 10 immortal mansions. The origin of these things was the dead body of the Baishi clan, to which he sacrificed their bodies, souls, inner worlds, and immortal qi to create these things. His action allowed him to establish quite the foundation for the great Yi dynasty before leaving. The last remaining one was Lin Fan, who wanted to spend as much time as possible with his wife. Wang Wei summoned them before he left. "On account of my friendship with her, I thought I should warn you," said Wang Wei, looking at these two from his throne. "Do you remember the last technique you used during your battle against Yin Zhen?" "You mean the projection I summoned?" "Yes. I almost died trying to divine information about them, and the only thing I found was the name Chaos Demon God. And Primordial Demon God was changed to Chaos Demon God." Lin Fan frowned as he understood the severity of these words. "What are you trying to say? In this universe, the cruel truth is that everyone is someone else's pawn." "Including you?" asked Lin Fan. "Yes, including me. I never thought someone like you, who pursues freedom, would accept such a thing. Because I know there is nothing my current self can do about it. Because I know accepting the fact and slowly playing the game is the only way to escape and become a chess player." "I understand." "Emperor Enlightening Academy, what are you thinking?" asked Su Shi. It had been a few hours since the meeting, and she still had not processed what had happened. She knew this truth that Wang Wei said to him, but it was an entirely different implication coming from his mouth. "Many things have started to make sense," said Lin Fan. "My overwhelming affinity with chaos or my obsession with that Tao." He could not help re-evaluate everything in his life and had to force himself. Otherwise, he would definitely overthink certain things. "Do you think it's that bad? Everything looks normal and reasonable. But isn't that the point? If he was treated someone as a pawn, he would, of course, ensure there was no flaw. So, what are you going to do?" "Take his advice," replied Lin Fan. "Accept this fact. Continue along my cultivation journey while keeping my eyes open. This is not as easy to do as you state." "I know this." Every fiber of his being was screaming to change his Tao and abandon his physique immediately. However, he knew doing something so drastic could result in even more catastrophic results. For a chess player, there is no value to a pawn who becomes aware and tries to rebel forcefully. In such a scenario, the best course of action would be to correct the pawn's path or eliminate it. Furthermore, was it easy to abandon Chaos Tao? Obsessions are called as such for a reason. At the 180 years mark, Lin Fan finally ascended. Although he wanted to wait until the last minute, he did not want to risk true heavenly Taoist ire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1039 Old Acquaintance. After returning to the upper dimension, Lin Fan and the other two did not immediately return to the rebellion. They instead contacted Emperor Kong and the Academy using a sensitive code word, as Wang Wei suggested. "Do you think it will work?" asked Yang Guowei. "It should," replied Xiao Songxi. "Why don't we ask the others if it worked for him?" "All right." Lin Fan sent a message to the people who had already ascended. A few minutes later, he received a reply. "It's Yin Zhen," declared Lin Fan. According to him, his sect soon sent someone to contact him after using the same code word. Now they have established initial contact. "Really? What about the others?" "They haven't responded yet, but it should be the same for them," replied Lin Fan, who chose to wait a while. As luck would have it, someone did contact him by sending him a secret location and password. Lin Fan did not hesitate and headed to that destination. This hideout led him to teleport across multiple continents and dimensions before they finally reached a large mansion, and by that time, he had no idea where he was. Someone was waiting for them at the mansion's entrance, so Lin Fan and the others followed. Midway through their journey, they encountered someone unexpected. "Headmaster?" called Lin Fan as he looked at the gentle and prosed gentleman before him. "I'll take over from here." Bai Han dismissed the guide before concentrating on the group.
Lin Fan, long time no see.
I thought you were dead or something.
Well, you probably were not the only one, replied Bai Han.
His forced ascension was definitely the kind of news the Academy would want to hide and not make public. What exactly is going on? I thought Su Shi was the Academy's emperor. And why are there so many emperors in one generation? What happened to Wang Wei? A lot has happened. If you don't mind, I would like to explain everything immediately after seeing the founder. That's fine. I should not be in a rush. Let's go, I will take you to see my father. The team followed Bai Han to a large room with a handsome middle-aged man with a noble and wise aura. He sat on a cushion with a small table before him, followed by 4 seats and tables -1 next to him and 3 before him. Bai Han sat beside his father, and the other 3 sat opposite this legendary character. I apologize that I could not meet you beforehand, said Emperor Kong. We understand how complicated the current situation is, replied Lin Fan, who was feeling slightly nervous. Although the founder was not releasing any aura, his presence as an everlasting Empyrean was still noticeable or palpable. The teacups before everyone operated independently and served everybody. Why don't you start from the beginning? Lin Fan did not hesitate to tell Emperor Kong everything, starting from his death, his revival, Wang Wei's coronation, the appearance of the Heavenly Court, their contact with the rebellion, the deal, their dissension, and the information Wang Wei provided them. Is that so? Many things are making more sense now, muttered Emperor Kong. With history hidden by these people, he lacked many significant pieces of information. Although he discovered and deduced a few things, he was missing the larger picture, until now. Such information will fundamentally affect how he operates from now on. So, I was right about him. Emperor Kong looked at his son and frowned slightly. Haven't you moved on after so long? Didn't you hear what he said about Wang Wei? I was right to worry about him. So what if you were right? Does that mean your actions were justified? Bai Han quieted down. You heard yourself. If not for the diplomatic means of young Su Shi, who knows what that kid would have done to my academy because of you? Bai Han had no rebuttal for these words, so Emperor Kong changed the subject. He knew his sons had 2 knots in his heart, his mother and Wang Wei, his actions towards the latter to be precise. After seeing the former, Bai Han's attitude toward him changed and even improved after he proved the Tao to become an eternal emperor. If he cannot change his ways, I will remove him as my successor, thought Emperor Kong. His son's talent was slightly better than before he ascended, so he only achieved the 1-fold battle realm after proving the Tao. Over the years with his training, he reached 3-fold but was soon approaching his limit and needed to use more drastic means. Previously, he had to worry about his successor. Although the world called him a sage, he was also human with emotions and could not be impartial in certain things, for example, regarding his legacy. The Academy had many talented individuals, but Emperor Kong wanted someone from the exact same origin as him to be his successor. Luckily, heaven brought him Su Shi and Lin Fan. Not only were their strengths better, but their managerial and tactical mind appeared better than his son. Let's continue to observe for now, he concluded. If he wanted to cultivate a top paragon lineage, such a decision could not be made lightly. Anyway, he was still young and not hurrying to retire. By any chance, do you know how Wang Wei knows all this information? We don't. After we descended, he summoned us and gave us the news. He never mentioned the source. Could he be the destined one? Destined one. There have long been rumors that someone would inherit the destiny to end this terrible era, replied Emperor Kong. Moreover, this type of destiny is not as simple as it seems. Half-step transcendence. 3 words that many people in the world would pay any price to know their meaning. Now that he knew its implications, the world's situation became more severe. You should tell your friends to be extra careful, said Emperor Kong. Of what? The Earth Emperor, he replied. After succeeding in acquiring a small portion of the Earth Emperor Karma position, he has been obsessed with the others. Although the Qin Saint Court disappeared, he at least has an inkling of where to search, but he has always been confused about the Heavenly Emperor's position. So, if he learned you guys knew something, he would go to extreme lengths to get his hands on it. Lin Fan frowned. Su Shi told me these people sent spies in the lower dimension. A while ago, news about the court was leaked to other world communities. So it's only a matter of time before they learn something, muttered Emperor Kong. This could be a problem. Technically speaking, no news should bypass true heavenly Taoist blockade, but the presence of these people showed this fact was not absolute. I will help you and your friends protect the information in your mind, but you should understand my ability is limited when it comes to certain people. We are grateful you're willing to help, swiftly said Xianxia as he cupped his hands and bowed. Yang Guowei followed and imitated him. Emperor Kong nodded. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything about your contract with them. It's all right, ancestor. We were already prepared to participate in this fight, reassured Lin Fan. It's good to have such a mindset. I have provided information and support to many individuals in their cause. You can contact them if you need anything. Thank you, ancestor. Lastly, don't ever fully trust Emperor Jimin, warned Emperor Kong. Who's that? He's the official leader of the rebellion, he explained. He's a man of many faces, literally. Although I don't doubt his dedication to ending this era of oppression, he's also a very ambitious and greedy man, so don't ever put your full trust in him. We understand. Emperor Kong placed a potent seal in their souls before dismissing Xianxia and Yang Guowei. He spent the next few days learning more about Lin Fan before sending him away. Su Junyao should know about this news, thought Emperor Kong. More than 50 million years ago, after she became an everlasting Empyrean, they began planning a major event that involved a celebration. They knew they could not hide her breakthrough and prepared for when the news leaked. Afterward, Su Junyao would declare to the world that she would celebrate her party to lure some people to attend. However, Emperor Kong felt it was best to inform her of this new information as it could affect the overall plan. Now that these moons were occupied with foreign threats to their power, it was the best time to plot underneath their nose. Should we wait until the Destined One ascends to make a move? Contemplated Emperor Kong. He knew their chances of succeeding would drastically improve if they had fate or destiny on their side. Let me talk to her before making a decision. He secretly left the mansion. Things were proceeding faster than he anticipated, and he did not know whether this was a good or bad thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10 44th Court Meeting. How is it? Asked Pei Lang, calmly glancing at old Ma in the communication array before him. Lin Fan has returned, and he's like the others, with a powerful seal in his soul. Even Yang Guowei and Xianxia? Yes. It appeared that Kong might have intervened and helped them. I see. What do you think these people are hiding? It could just be that they're just being cautious. Even you don't believe these words, sneered Pei Lang. Previously, these people had no direct contact with their faction, but everything changed after their return. Some of these factions even sent warnings toward their cause, telling them to treat their members with better care. It's obvious they've brought a piece of information that is beyond valuable. An intense killing intent flashed in Pei Lang's eyes as he contemplated eliminating these people. Instead of becoming his aide, they've turned into unknown and uncontrollable variables, and he was unhappy about this. However, the contract they signed indicated he could not intently attack his own people. Furthermore, other people in the cause did not like him and would take this opportunity to deal with him if he attacked them, not to mention the factions behind these people. I also have to consider their relationship with the Destined One. Becoming the enemy of someone protected by fate is a foolish choice in these circumstances, thought Pei Lang, who successfully convinced himself to calm down. Anything else to report? Some of our men have spotted movement from Kong. He might have contacted some of his people. He values Lin Fan this much? It appeared so. Any sign the Dao opening sect has also intervened in this fiasco? Pei Lang knew the source of these people's changes was most likely Emperor Wang in the lower dimension despite no concrete proof. He might be the source of this valuable information. So far, no. At least there was some good news. Pei Lang grunted softly. Where are Yang Guowei and Xianxia? Do you still want to convince them? They are the best chance I have to learn what they know. More than an hour later, Pei Lang closed the communication array with red eyes. His attempt was futile as none of them were willing to speak about what they knew, even with promises of immense wealth and resources. Yang Guowei remained mostly quiet while Xiao Songxi spoke nonsense. He seemed to insinuate he would sell the information in exchange for a paragon. Pei Lang was unsure, but if he was, he knew this lad was mad if he thought such a deal would succeed. He had to control every urge in his body to not secretly send these people on a suicide mission. He exhaled as he realized what he must do: become a paragon. If he succeeds, his power in the cause and the world will drastically increase. Whatever news these two hid will not be kept from his eyes by then. He might be reluctant to attack the others, but he won't have the same restraint against Lin Fan and the other three. Although these people are busy, they would definitely attack me during the process. So, my biggest worry is not the breakthrough but the battle during and after. That's what I must prepare for. With his foundation, once he becomes a paragon, he should not have any issue fighting one or two of these people. However, he will definitely lose if there are more, and if Time Eater shows up, death is the only fate awaiting him. I need to time the breakthrough perfectly so that he cannot show up or prepare a way to keep him busy. Pei Lang's eyes were deep as he planned his future. The way of Paragon was so close yet rife with adversity and challenges. Regardless, this was his only way forward. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. More than a month after these descending Eternal left, the Heavenly Emperor summoned the fourth meeting. Everyone important participated, including Tong Rubing's clone and Feng Heng's projection. Before we begin, you can bring up any issue of your own, declared Wang Wei, and people looked at the Sea Clan from the corner of their eyes. However, the representative looked calm, as if nothing happening was not related to him. I have something to say. Su Shi stepped forward. Oh, I'm all ears. I would like to become a permanent resident in the court. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up. What great news! Welcome. Since you're officially the first, I will prepare the room with the most amount of innate qi and the best blessing of luck. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone looked at Su Shi with shock before a sense of haste rushed into their minds. The pieces had already fallen into place. Now, it was only a matter of time before the court was lively, and all top powerhouses were under His Majesty's eyes. What good news to start the meeting. Anything else? No one said anything since they could not make such a bold decision on the spot. However, people understood certain things were inevitable. Wang Wei looked at the Origin Weapon Mountains representative. What about my project? We are making great progress and are now 70% finished. 70%? That's a lot of progress, assuming you're not lying. Keep up the good work and finish in a timely manner. The representative bowed. He knew why he was singled out on this occasion. To display a close relationship between his faction and the court, thus elevating them politically, and to pressure them into finishing the project as soon as possible. The managerial tactic of praise and beating has been popular amongst mortal and fortune rulers since time immemorial. For today's meeting, we have a major and minor plan to discuss, continued Wang Wei. For the minor part, I present to you the National Preservation Library. Wang Wei snapped his finger, and a projection of a snow-white building materialized in the room. Everyone could tell its purpose was to preserve scriptures or a general form of knowledge, but they also knew it could never be so simple. There must be a bigger plot or meaning behind the appearance of this thing. This library, as of now, contained all the heritage of the Tao opening sect, perfect copies of all our techniques, emperor scripture, pill recipes and all other profession knowledge, our history, and much more, calmly stated Wang Wei, making many people looked at that projection with such greed that they almost salivated. Its purpose is to preserve our inheritance or lineage in case of a cultivation-destroying catastrophe. Just like the Null Era. If something were to happen to Myriad Emperor World and the cultivation civilization was destroyed and had to start over, this library would preserve our knowledge and pass it on to the future. I invite many of you to preserve your inheritance on it. Damn this conniving emperor, thought Ao Shin. If something similar to the Null Era happens in the future, the world will revert to a period similar to the ancient Emperor Era, where people competed to spread a new system and for titles like Pill or Talisman Ancestor. More importantly, the current factions that hold these titles or recognition would lose the luck and protection that comes with it, unless they can preserve everything in that library. Such an act appeared that Wang Wei was preparing for the worst possible outcome, but the truth is he wanted to preserve the Tao opening sect's luck from the Tao Father title. Ao Shin secretly gritted his teeth. According to the future he envisioned and prepared for the demon race, they had to wait until the heavenly era crashed and burned. He knew such a vibrant and prosperous era would not last forever. Based on the balanced operation of the world,
The more prosperous this era is, the harder its fallout will be to balance things out. By then, civilization might have to start over, which will be the demon race's opportunity. They can compete for the position of the world's protagonist and successfully dominate this plane. Alas, his vision might be nothing but a dream now. I agree to preserve the ancient clan's inheritance in the library. Hua Fenghuang was the first to speak. Such a plan benefited them the most. In a future calamity of this scale, the chances of their clan preserving all their memorialized qi luck were the lowest. In fact, it would be in Heavenly Tao's best interest to eliminate them and allow new individuals to hold these memorialized qi luck, and this library was the perfect way to prevent that from happening. We also agree, said Tong Ruobing, followed by Wu Ming, who represented the Origin Rune Palace and the representatives from the Origin Pill Dao sect, Origin Weapon Mountain, the Body Dao Cave, and Feng Hang, who also wanted to preserve Buddhism. The others discussed amongst themselves and people back in their faction. A few minutes later, the sword-casting villa was the first sect without any memorialized qi luck who agreed. They saw this as an opportunity to continue leading the swordsmanship world in the future. By the end of this discussion, a few more sects accepted the proposal, while others were still hesitant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1041 Expansion. Wang Wei knew why these people were hesitating about making a decision. Fear that he or other people would have access to their sect's inheritance. Little did they know that he had already most of their faction's scriptures. He created the library mainly to preserve his sect's status in the world. He only brought it up to give others a similar opportunity. The library took a lot of effort from him as he hid it in a special dimension composed entirely of void power, similar to the void battlefield. It would be difficult to affect this place since it's technically outside space-time, even if the world's timeline or history was wiped out once again. Wang Wei even left protection to prevent people from using karma or the river of fate from affecting it. Before leaving, he will influence the world's memory so that they will forget the library's existence. Even Heavenly Tao will only vaguely know of its existence. He created an immortal spirit for the library whose only purpose or existence is to bring out the library from the void at the appropriate time. Our next order of business is the lower world expansion, declared Wang Wei. He snapped his finger to project an extensive map teeming with dots of 3 colors: gold, silver, and bronze. The moment these representatives lay eyes on the map, the meaning of these colors entered their minds. Great Thousand Worlds were gold, followed by Middle and Small Thousand Worlds. A few people were shocked the court had such a detailed map of this world community, but when they remembered who was before them, they understood everything made sense. After the hard work of our General Department Affairs, the lower realm was divided into what I consider a fair share, continued Wang Wei. Each of you has been assigned a number of worlds, and your purpose is to spread the court's power to these worlds. He raised his hand to show everyone the design of a heaven-tier formation. Once you land on these worlds, you only need to cover the world with this formation, and the heavenly Tao of said world will be linked to our own. Then, you can officially establish God positions and so on. Wang Wei moved his eyes to the back. I promised the non-emperor lineages I would take care of you, and I consider myself a man who keeps his promise. I've designated a decent share of these worlds for you guys. Additionally, I understand some of you cannot lay out a heaven-tier formation yet, so the court has refined these special pillars with the same effect. The representatives of some law lands blushed in embarrassment. They lived in a new era where the dream world existed, so it was inexcusable their faction could not even set up a heaven-tier array. However, they could not help it as they were still in the process of elevating their sect's foundation, and not much time had passed since the creation of the dream world. They immediately thanked His Majesty for his grace and considerations. Wang Wei accepted their words before continuing. Expect resistance from the citizens of this world. As you know, no cultivators will accept foreign intervention in their worlds, even positive changes. He snapped his finger to manifest information talismans to every representative. This is a guideline created by the court for interacting with the natives. As you can see, at least 5% of the god positions must be granted to the natives to facilitate peaceful communication and existence. Personally, I think that number should be between 15 to 20%, especially in Greater Thousand Worlds with a relatively high power ceiling. Wang Wei paused to give these people time to read the information and process his words. As you can see,
there is a highlighted clause about the consequences of creating a child of destiny. Everyone focused on that section. If a child of destiny is created due to your brutal rule over these worlds, the court will fine you a heavy sum, and in the worst-case scenario, your right to govern such a world will be revoked. If a destined individual is created solely because of a world's heavenly Tao's counterattack or unwillingness to be subjugated, there will be no penalties. Wang Wei snapped his finger to show them a particular room with a crystal ball at the center. This is an artifact I created to keep track of the birth of any child of destiny in the lower realm. We will vote on a special task force team in charge of observing and investigating their appearances. Wang Wei knew not to underestimate any child of destiny, as they could be the catalyst to end his era. So, he was extra prepared for the appearance of these people. He gazed at the back again to address the non-emperor lineages. The supreme lands with quasi-emperors have the choice to control greater thousand worlds. Don't worry. They are not planes with any immortal tier powerhouses. However, you also have to consider the fact that these worlds can give birth to talented individuals who can challenge their realms. If you choose a greater thousand world as your territory and fail to appease the chaos, you can ask the court for help and pay a steep price. After he said these words, only a few factions accepted this offer, and they were the top-of-the-line supreme lands with a few quasi-emperors. These supreme lands were on the verge of collecting enough merit points to exchange for an immortal mansion and ascending to the level of an immortal lineage. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Wang Wei did not comment on these people's choices. After all, they had to be responsible for their destinies. After you arrive at your territory, appease the chaos, and choose your god positions, the next step is to elevate the mortal civilizations. According to your guidelines, it's recommended that you involve the mortal civilizations in your domain in this expansion. The changes should be easier to accept coming from other mortals. Remember, 20% of the merit for this development will be handed to me. Wang Wei did not say to the court but himself, sending a message to these people they should not mess with his benefit. As many of you can guess, my purpose is to raise the literacy rate in the world before I open the enlightening temple in every world in the lower realm. Do not be greedy and try to intervene in my temples in any form or shape. I won't be lenient in this matter. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine but immediately agreed. Once everything is set up, you can grant your worlds access to the dream world. I don't think I need to tell you when that is appropriate. You can use your best judgment. Wang Wei's eyes turned to Ao Shen. You can open the demon school in all territories of the lower realm, but 90% of the merit goes to me and the Tao opening sect. Ao Shen's mouth almost twitched, but he did not say anything. Someone else created the concept of demon school, so he was just glad he was giving a share of the pie. Anyway, 10% of the merit from all the worlds in the lower world was still a heavy profit. I understand. You're a smart guy, so I don't need to warn you of the consequences of not controlling your people while ruling these worlds. I know. One fact that has haunted him for so long is that their race was not the protagonist of heaven and earth. As a result, everything became complicated when it came to them. Luckily, this fact will soon benefit them when this court spreads to world communities where the demon race is the protagonist. Wang Wei's next target was Su Shi. If you want to spread the academy to other people's territory, you can negotiate with them. Thank you, Your Majesty, saluted Su Shi by cupping her hands. She knew it was because of their friendship that she was allowed such an opportunity in the first place, and she was grateful and dared not ask for more. Feng Heng, this poor monk is here. To honor my status as an honorary Buddha, I will allow you to set up a branch in every world in the lower realm. Feng Heng was slightly surprised, not by the expansion but by the fact that the heavenly emperor publicly admitted he was an honorary Buddha and was not the only one. The Taoist sects panicked at this news. They knew the rise of Buddhism was inevitable in this generation, but it would be completely different if they had the support of possibly the greatest and strongest emperor the lower dimension had ever seen. This poor monk? Don't thank me yet, said Wang Wei calmly. Although you can spread Buddhism, you won't be entitled to any god positions or merit besides the one from your domain. Wang Wei made a somewhat bold choice of announcing this news because of Supreme Unity and Maitreya's disappearance. But that did not mean he would also allow Buddhism to grow unrestrained. This poor monk is not greedy. Feng Heng knew he only needed to exchange a few god positions with others in a few key worlds to ensure Buddhism's power was not too scattered and everything else would be all right. Any more questions? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1042 Different World Situation, I. Since no one has any questions, you're dismissed. We have a lot of work to do, so let's get started immediately, announced Wang Wei. Everyone then bowed as they swiftly exited the meeting room. Ao Shen rushed to meet up with Su Shi, and they had a secret conversation through divine sense. No one knew what they talked about, but both seemed content afterward. After these factions returned, they immediately began meeting, planning, and mobilizing the resources and manpower needed for this expansion. Many of the non-emperor lineages decided to use the court's transmission array as it was better than theirs, and the Heavenly Emperor was kind enough to give them full access. Great Talisman City, you've seen yourself, said Talisman 1. Our territories were not on par with those of a faction with an eternal powerhouse. Even worse, we are treated as one of those lesser emperor lineages. The reason for this is obvious. Tong Rubing's clone was silent. Your status as the Queen Mother of the Star Beast world only benefits you, not the city. Something must be done. The Great Talisman City does not hold any divine positions in the Star Beast world's court for various reasons. Mostly the interpolitical situation between these two worlds. Meanwhile, Wang Wei cannot treat them normally as they would become too powerful with resources and benefits coming from two courts. I will share some of my resources from the Star Beast world with the city, finally replied Tong Rubing's clone. Talisman 1 looked at her and secretly sighed. The best option would be to focus on this world's court and let her Queen Mother position be more of a passive one. However, such a decision would dramatically reduce her resources, power, and influence and shift more benefits to the Great Talisman City. Tong Ruobing was obviously unwilling to do this, and Talisman 1 understood despite his disappointment. No emperor would make such a decision, so he could not blame her. At the end of the day, she was still willing to sacrifice for the sake of her faction. He could not ask for more. Otherwise, he risked ruining their relationship. Emperor Enlightening Academy. After returning to the academy, Su Shi began mobilizing her people. They had long prepared for the eventual expansion of the court, and she decided to accompany the first group of people. They soon descended on a great thousand world called the Four Pillars World. Su Shi, a group of teachers, and a legion of 100,000 soldiers appeared in this new world. With a thought, she scanned the entire world and even learned most of its history. The past was too chaotic and unimportant, so Su Shi focused on the present. The Great Shui dynasty has ruled the entire world for countless generations, reigning as the de facto supreme of this world, until recently. Many events have led to the drastic weakening of the royal family, leading to massive rebellions worldwide. The years of fighting resulted in a balance between four powers: the Great Shui dynasty, the Moon Goddess cult, the Northern Su dynasty, and the Alchemy Valley. The Moon Goddess cult is a sect of women with influence in all the top factions because their outer members and a few inner members married powerful men from different factions. Additionally, this generation's Moon Saintess is a woman of unparalleled beauty and strength. The Northern Su dynasty is the most successful revolt in this era of chaos and strife. They've overcome countless warlords and the main assault of the Great Shui dynasty before taking control of the northern area of this massive continent that is this world. The Alchemy Valley is a sect composed of countless professions, not just pill refiners. They have been the most successful in this period because they sell resources to both sides of the war. As long as someone has the money, they will sell them pills, weapons, talismans, and arrays. Their actions have garnered the ire of the other faction, but no one can break their sect's protective formation, and none of the two dynasties wish for the Alchemy Valley to support the other unequivocally. After analyzing this world's history, Su Shi knew how to proceed. She released a terrifying aura that made every single living creature in this tremble and kneel. I am the Void Time Empress. Under the order of the Heavenly Emperor, this world will now be under my jurisdiction. All leaders of the top four factions must visit me at the court's branch within 6 hours. While everyone was shocked and still processing the news, Su Shi continued her work. With a wave of her hand, she installed the Heaven Tier formation. She could immediately detect a strange aura permeating and changing the world. To be precise, it targeted this world's heavenly Tao. The void above her head broke, and a tree branch took root in this world. She knew it was a branch of her plane's world tree. The branch contained a special space serving as this world's court. The soldiers and professors immediately started to build a palace. Although it could be as grandiose as the one back home, it still needed to be beautiful and luxurious as a display of power to the world's natives. 6 hours later, Su Shi finally summoned the 4 people who were patiently waiting outside for the entire duration. As she sat on her throne, all beautiful and majestic, 4 individuals entered the room. On the far left was a middle-aged man with a few visible white and dressed in a yellow dragon robe. His name was Ho Champu, and he was the current ruler of Great Shui. Next to him was an elderly man with white hair, a long white beard, a green robe, a sage-like aura and visage, and a faint smell of medicine. Su Shi knew he was called the Medicine Saint and held the position of Valley Master in this generation. The third person in the line was the Moon Saintess, an angelic woman dressed in all blue with a cold expression plastered on her face. Her icy demeanor was followed by a cold chill emanating from her as a result of her ice spirit physique and her ice Tao. The woman was the epitome of a cold beauty, and if Su Shi were not present, all eyes would be on her despite her natural aloof and cold aura. Lastly was a handsome young man with shining long black hair, a black dragon robe, standing tall and straight, and a powerful, confident, and domineering aura emanating from his body. This young man was the legendary Su sovereign, Kai Renshu. This humble one has seen the Empress. 3x, huh? Su Shi's eyes focused on Kai Renshu, and he saw the latter was distracted. His eyes had lost control as they were full of desires and lust. She often saw those eyes when she was a mortal, but it had been a while. She squinted her eyes, and the Su dynasty ruler immediately began to sweat and kowtowed to the ground. "Apologies, Your Majesty, for the offense." The Medicine Saint calmly played with his beard, while the Moon Saintess would never show any emotions. Meanwhile, Ho Champu sneered. The Su ruler had risen extremely fast, becoming the youngest true monarch of the world. Additionally, with his charisma and military skill, he swiftly conquered the northern area of the continent, so it was understandable that he was prideful, but that's what he hated the most about the latter. Who knew such pride would cause him to make such a serious faux pas? If he could, he wanted to make some snide remark but did not dare. He still remembered that aura. Additionally, he was not stupid and knew what the title of Empress meant. "This is the first and last time, understand? I swear on my life it won't happen again." "Good. You can get up." Kai Renshu slowly stood up with a terrifying, calm and peaceful expression. No one could tell he was just humiliated. It was as if nothing had just happened. "Someone born with great destiny?" thought Su Shi. "He should have some value." "I know you must be confused about what's happening," she declared. "A heavenly emperor has appeared in the myriad emperor world, the heavenwell world of this community, for those of you unaware. He has established the heavenly court, and it's time for expansion into every corner of this world community. I won't bore you with the details, so let's talk about how this will affect you. The divine positions." She snapped her finger, and information about the conferred god list and the god position entered their mind. Su Shi did not stop to give them time to process this information and continued. "According to the court's rules, I'm only required to give you 5% of the positions. However, I'm generous, so I will hand over 15%. Of this percentage, 80% will be divided between the 4 of you and the rest will be granted to the rest of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1043 Different World Situation, 2. Su Shi detected faint changes in these people's facial and body expressions and immediately knew why. They probably thought giving the rest of the world 20% would be a waste and should be allowed to monopolize all the divine positions, but they did not dare raise any objections. "Do any of you have any questions? We have a lot of work to cover, so don't hesitate to ask anything." The room was silent for a few seconds before Kai Renshu took a small step forward. "Your Majesty, I have an inquiry." "Go ahead." "If I understand things clearly, the god position's purpose is to preserve our plane's world source. Is that correct?" "You're correct." "What will happen to our world after Heavenly Tao has saved so much world source?" Su Shi's eyes squinted. "Don't beat around the bush. Ask what you really want to know." "In that case, I will be bold. What will happen to our world source?" "Clever, aren't we?" she uttered. "Some of it will remain in your world to increase resources and the overall betterment of this world. The rest will go to us." A deafening silence enveloped the room. I know you think it's unfair, but that's how the cultivation world has always been. The strong prey on the weak, continued Su Shi. Don't worry though. The Heavenly Emperor is benevolent and has prepared many benefits for you. Your Majesty could be specified? Asked the medicine saint. Besides the merit you'll receive for your divine positions, you will have access to the court for cultivation. Su Shi saw the confusion in their faces and explained, Don't you feel this place is different? The four immediately sensed the surroundings. They were previously in a hurry and had no time or desire to scan the environment. The rules are complete, muttered the moon saintess in her icy voice. Due to her physique, she was very sensitive to the law and was the first to notice the change. Yes. The court's rules are for my world, meaning you can enter the quasi-emperor realm in this place. As the peak powerhouses of this world, these four individuals were unwilling not to make any progress. Sadly, only two choices remained before them. Find the myriad emperor world, but that was like searching a needle in a haystack, or gather enough resources, destiny, and luck to confront heavenly Tao's consciousness, pass the Tao ancestor will tribulation and acquire a grand Tao source seed. The first path relied too much on luck, while the second was arduous to say the least. The number of people who have succeeded throughout history can be counted on one hand. These people's eyes twinkled with excitement. Even the moon saintess had difficulty keeping her icy temperament. This is not the end, continued Su Shi. After proving yourself, you can be granted permission to travel to the myriad emperor world. The Heavenly Emperor has reverted the environment to innate and upgraded the origin system. The new systems can allow you to live for over 100 million. These four almost salivated after hearing these words, especially the medicine saint. He was the oldest of the group and would soon run out of lifespan. So, if the promise of becoming a quasi-emperor was enough to sell his soul, traveling to the myriad emperor world and upgrading to this new system blew his mind. He decided to take advantage of this situation no matter what. Kai Ren Shu exhaled deeply to calm down. I know these things are used to lure us, but even still, I have to admit I am more than tempted. Lastly, there is access to the dream world, continued Su Shi. I won't explain since you will understand after accessing it. Close your eyes and say, Dream incarnate. The group found themselves in a strange and ethereal space. A spirit appeared before them to explain all the dream world's abilities. Su Shi listened attentively and was slightly surprised the people from the lower realm had the exact same access as the people back home. I thought he would at least hide some information, like his new upgraded origin system. However, as soon as she had that thought, Su Shi realized how stupid it was. Without the innate environment, the new system is basically useless. She looked at these excited leaders. I finally see hope, uttered Medicine Saint. With the cultivation simulation, he can practice his Tao ancestor tribulation until he's confident he can pass. And with the merit he will receive, he finally sees the hope of achieving immortality. Let's go, we still have work to do, ordered Su Shi. Everyone returned to the throne room. She summoned a middle-aged teacher holding a fan. This is Teacher Fu Rong. She will be the main god of this world. She will handle all affairs of the court. These leaders immediately bowed as they sensed the aura of immortality emanating from her. Get up. Believe it or not, we all have one purpose. Better serve the court, said Fu Rong in a calm and reassuring voice. As members of the court, everything is not about benefit. You have duties, continued Su Shi. Your main focus will be to raise the civilization of mortals. She sent the information into their mind about how to cultivate mortals. She even created deadlines for these people to ensure they completed everything in a timely manner. However, once she finished, the room became eerily quiet. Is there a problem? Your Majesty, is this really necessary? Asked the great Shui ruler. Yes, and this task is more important than you can imagine. Her words were direct and severe. The rise of mortal civilization was the main way for their academy to gather merit. The enlightening temples are off-limits. She cannot or will not create demon school since that's a thankless job. She can leave it to Ao Shen to go to all the trouble since he's the one benefiting. Ho Champu smiled wryly. He never cared about mortals, even though they comprised most of his dynasty. His job was to ensure they were fed, had a home, and did not freeze in the winter. Now he would have to open their mind, which is dangerous since it made them easily prone to revolts, and help them develop military power on par with some of his best armies.
He glanced with the corner of his eyes to see these people's reactions. Despite their displayed calmness, he knew none of them were happy with the idea of empowering mortals. "You guys need to prepare for the eventual rise of mortals," added Fu Rong. "Once the court's duties are completed, they will have the power to balance mortal cultivators."
Teacher Fu Rong is correct, stated Su Shi.
"You need to quickly accept that the world will no longer be as it used to be. The sooner you accept this fact and adapt, the higher your chances of preserving your past strength, power and privileges."
Her voice echoed in their mind. "Additionally, I must warn you. The rise of mortal civilizations involved my personal benefit. Do not do anything stupid to affect it, understand?"
"Understand," they replied swiftly.
"Good. We will summon mortals from our world to better facilitate the extreme changes that are about to occur. Treat them with respect and kindness. As citizens of the court, they are protected. You can imagine what will happen to you if someone purposely hurts them." Su Shi saw they were listening attentively, so she continued, "The dream world will not be open publicly as of yet. I will grant you permission to spread amongst your people if you so wish. This world's mortals were not ready for the dream world." "Any question?"
"I have an inquiry, Your Majesty," spoke Kai Renshu.
"Speak."
"Does the court's rules prevent members from confronting each other?"
"As long as you don't stop your duty or let your fight affect the mortals, we will not intervene," explained Su Shi. "If you want, you can settle your dispute in the battle tower to reduce the loss of resources and manpower. It's a binding agreement that is reinforced."
"I see,"
Kai Renshu replied with twinkling eyes. He cupped his hands and bowed before stepping back. "Your Majesty, I just want to know who this heavenly emperor you speak so highly of is," asked the medicine saint. "You only need to know he's someone that even I must honor." Su Shi dismissed the team before glancing at teacher Fu Rong. "I will leave the task of contacting others and establishing the academy's branch to you. There shouldn't be a problem, right?"
"No issue, headmaster."
"Good." She nodded before looking in the distance. "I have glimpsed at this world's many possible futures. You only need to keep an eye on that Su dynasty ruler, and everything should proceed relatively smoothly." "I will keep that in mind," replied teacher Fu Rong with great seriousness.
"From now on, that little ruler will not leave her sight."
Su Shi nodded before leaving to supervise other worlds' expeditions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1044 Different World Situation 3. Teacher Fu Rong's eyes focused on 4 locations in this world, each entrenched in the territory of this world's 4 overlords. She saw 4 pillars emanating intense Tao rhymes. These pillars were the source of this world's name and could help cultivators comprehend the law. Their existence has been the source of strife or competition since this world's creation. Should I put them under the Academy's care? She contemplated. Although these pillars served no purpose for her, they were still rare resources for void-shattering realm and saint cultivators. Forget it. Since they left alone, I should do the same, she thought as she looked in the distance. One thing she immediately noticed after descending to this plane was the existence of a branch of the Tao opening sect. She was not surprised as their sect had discovered countless branches in other worlds during their effort to prepare for this upcoming expansion. So they knew the Tao opening sect had already spread their tentacles to the lower realm and drastically increased their chi luck in the process. Now, the Academy had to play catch-up. Luckily, the Heavenly Emperor allowed them access to this community's map and did not intervene in their expansion. Fu Rong focused on her task at hand, monitoring the progress of these people regarding the headmaster's task. Northern Su Dynasty. Kai Renshu sat on his throne, deep in thought. His plan was suddenly disrupted. If these people did not show up, he was confident in overthrowing the Great Shui dynasty, convincing the Moon Saintess to form a marriage alliance with him before forcing the Alchemy Valley to become his subordinate. Sadly, fate played a cruel joke on him by drastically changing the situation. Now, he had to contemplate his future and how to proceed. Before all of this, the other 2 leaned slightly on my side because of the deep foundation of Great Shui and how they've been ruling this world. They did not show open support to me because they wanted to weaken my strength and ensure I would not become the next Great Shui. Kai Renshu frowned. Now, the situation is reversed. My ambitions and ability have become torn in their eyes. The appearance of the court meant an opportunity for greater strength and power, and the medicine saint and moon saintess did not want someone as talented as him to use this opportunity to rise above them. In other words, their support will shift to Great Shui. If I don't navigate things clearly, they will band together and eliminate me. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he pondered the best move to make to achieve his goal of world domination. Become a core member of whatever factions the Empress is from, he concluded.
With their support, it's a simple matter to rule this world, not to mention the protection and resources of such a faction.
I might even have a chance to. An otherworldly beauty appeared in his mind, and the feeling to possess her at all costs resurfaced.
Then, a shiver ran down his spine as he remembered that gaze. He smiled wryly as he realized he could not blaspheme her even when she was absent.
I don't think I would lose to the top geniuses in the Heaven-Will world. So, wouldn't it be easy to get their notice? The only problem is my identity and background. Sex only accepted young children to train their loyalty. It might be a problem because of his age. Let's see what happens. However, there is no need to hurry. I can also see if I can find the origin of that Tao opening sect. Before all this, only one thing used to worry him: the appearance of that strange sect. Kai Renshu summoned his officials to discuss how to proceed with the task he was given. His train of thought is doing a great job on this task, which might be his way of joining these people. Grand Ocean World. After descending into this world, Feng Heng followed the same step as Su Shi, summoning all the top leaders.
However, the power dynamic of this Great Thousand World was more complicated than that of the Four Pillars world.
This world was divided into countless islands, whose sizes are incomprehensible and should not be labeled as such. However, because there is no single piece of connected or continuous land, continent, everything is labeled as an island. An island lord rules each island, and this title is not just one that dictates the locale. The natives of this world created a slightly unique path of the origin system through the use of the island. An island lord can connect their soul, law, and primarily, their domain to their controlled territory, draw power from it, and boost their strength. On their island, the lord has absolute power because of the boost. Because of this ability, all territories in this plane are extremely valuable and sought after. The bigger the territory, the stronger the boost and, thus, the more valuable the island. After arriving, Feng Heng manifested a towering golden Buddha visible to the entire world before summoning the Supreme Ten, the 10 most powerful island lords with the largest territories.
Respect to the venerable Buddha.
10x, Feng Heng, who sat on a cushion instead of a throne, calmly looked at these individuals. This poor monk came to land under the order of the Heavenly Emperor to take control, improve the world, bless the life of mortals, and spread my teaching. This is how things will proceed from now on. He instilled in their minds information about the conferred God list, divine positions, and the 20% of their share. He also directly announced to them their duty of elevating the civilizations of mortals. The response of these individuals was less than lukewarm. They looked at each other but did not say a single word. Feng Heng understood why.
This world values territory and sovereignty immensely, and his existence was like suddenly announcing he was the island lord king of this world, and they were unwilling to accept such a thing. After all, throughout history, only one man successfully controlled all the islands in the world, and some of these people have been fighting for generations without any success or progress.
But now, Feng Heng appeared out of nowhere and took control. If you have any questions you can ask. This poor monk will answer you. Lord Buddha. About our territories? Lady who asked. Her family had controlled Stormwind Island for over 1,000 generations, and she had worked extremely hard to become this generation's island lord. She did not want to abandon all her power. As long as you accomplish your duties, this poor monk won't interfere with your power, Feng Heng replied calmly. He could hear the collective sigh of relief after these words. Do we have to convert to Buddhism? Of course not. Faith is a personal experience, and this poor monk would never force anyone to believe. These island lords once again felt reassured. Such a mighty being had no need to lie to them. There are other benefits to becoming a member of the court. I have established a point system that will allow you to exchange powerful cultivation techniques or rare resources. With these techniques, you can enter the quasi-emperor realm. These lords finally displayed excitement. What they want the most is strength and territory. However,
A few wise individuals gave the Lord Buddha a strange gaze. They understood these techniques were definitely Buddhist scriptures, meaning even if they didn't join Buddhism, they would have a karmic connection to it.
Do you have any more questions? No one had anything to say.
Feng Hing pointed to another monk next to him. This is Monk Fawn. He will be the main god of this world and your overseer.
If you have any trouble, you can address it to him.
Fawn bowed slightly to these people to show respect while also releasing a silver of his aura.
Everyone saluted back.
The benefit this poor monk offered is the bare minimum, added Feng Hang. As long as any of you laymen do a good enough job, you can even receive permission to travel to the Myriad Emperor world and access the path of longevity. After dismissing these people, Feng Hang left Fawn to deal with the weaker island lords while his focus was on the sea. He discovered the sea race of this place acted similarly to the one back home and decided to tap into this population. The Heavenly Emperor's actions have shown the benefit, and Feng Hang would not leave this untapped potential untouched. Although he expected some resistance, it was futile before his might despite only sending a projection.
Purple Sky World. Ao Shen exhaled deeply, releasing his frustration.
As expected, this world resisted his rule after knowing they were from the demon race and had to suppress them. Luckily, he was smart enough to strike a quick deal with Su Shi to borrow some people from her. The purpose of these teachers was to convince the natives of this world that humans ruled the heavenly court, and the demon race was granted permission for their actions. Things calmed down after the Academy's teacher's effort but soon became chaotic when he did not hide his desire to give many of the native positions to the demon race or when he announced he was building demon schools. He once again had to suppress these people while controlling his urge not to kill them all. Finally, after using both threat and diplomatic means, he achieved what he set out to come to this place. However, a small part of him was resentful that he had to go through all this trouble just because of his race. Ao Shen exhaled before proceeding to the next world. He would be busy for a while with the expansion of the demon school.
And this chapter is the last one for a different POV.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1045 Patent and Sudden Movement.
Heavenly Court. Wang Wei had eyes in every world and saw how these people operated. For the most part, the lower realm natives did not resist because of the sheer difference in power. However, some more belligerent or xenophobic resisted no matter how much blood was shed. One of the top supreme lands was unlucky and chose a rebellious world, forcing them to ask the court for help.
In general, things are proceeding smoothly, thought Wang Wei.
It's only a matter of time before the court's tentacles spread to every corner of this world community. The next thing is to keep an eye on those thieves.
He looked in the distance. There were too many eyes paying attention to this community.
With such a large commotion, these people immediately began to try every means to learn what was happening, so he had to block them temporarily. Wang Wei sneered before moving his eyes away. The next step was the creation of the patent system. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. True Heavenly Tao, be my witness. I wish to create a patent system to protect my creations or innovative ideas. Wang Wei's voice echoed throughout the Myriad Emperor world, and a few seconds later, the Eye of True Heavenly Tao manifested. He immediately used his divine sense to convey this new system, explaining its ins and outs, and defining its intricacies. Half an hour later, Wang Wei's voice was no longer limited to the Myriad Emperor world but to every corner of the endless void. All cultivators in the world then knew of the existence of the patent system. All factions, both visible and hidden, immediately began to mobilize. They wanted to know the exact details of the system and how it would affect them. Well, things did not proceed as I wanted, muttered Wang Wei, not hiding his disappointment. True Heavenly Tao accepted his patent system, but it was not as detailed or restrictive as he had expected. Firstly, it only protects inventions or ideas that have a wide-scale effect on the entire lower dimension. As such, Wang Wei's dream world, mortal civilization, enlightening temple, and the heavenly court were protected. People must pay him patent fees for using or replicating his ideas in their respective world communities, and he has the right to deny them. Then, True Heavenly Tao will reinforce the rules and protect his assets. However, other things, for example, Yen Liling's automatic cauldron or Tong Rubing's talisman weapon, would not be protected by this patent system. In other words, People can gain merit by replicating these things in their community, and if Wang Wei wants to protect his ideas, he has to use force or something like the former curse he placed on the Heavenly Emperor position. Such a limit was not the only disappointing thing. True Heavenly Tao will hold records of people with patents, but these records are not part of an eternal emperor's existence. In simpler terms, Wang Wei would not be able to use his name on the record to revive himself. If someone erased all his history, they would not have to worry about true Heavenly Tao's record. Wang Wei's biggest surprise was that TET changes in innate environment are not an accepted patent since many people had this idea. So, he is prepared to collect payment for anyone who uses the idea from his formation to change their environment. He won't help anyone since he chose the environmental advantage as one of the things he would leave only for the Myriad Emperor world, but he also won't allow anyone to use his ideas for free. Things have been going so well that I almost forgot this was not Earth. In the cultivation world, one of the fundamental rules is the strong prey on the weak, and Heavenly Tao encourages such practice. Wang Wei shook his head. The only positive of this patent system was the lack of term limits. He can hold this pattern for as long as he lives and even leave for an heir if something happens to him. From now on, the qi luck or blessing from these patents will form another layer of protection for the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei waved his hand to take his merit for this system. He now had to create an independent patent system after taking over the commerce hub. However, such a man-made system is easily susceptible to corruption, unlike if it was under true Heavenly Tao's supervision. I don't need to worry too much about the future. I will do my best, but it's up to them to preserve what I leave. He will create a strong and balanced man-made patent system, but it will still be up to the individual to maintain it. Wang Wei was intrigued and decided to see what other people had accepted patents. According to his divination, there were a few, but only 3 caught his attention. The first one was the person who created a universal language that is still used to this day. All cultivators interacting with different world communities will know 3 languages. Their native language, the Tao language to explain the laws of heaven and earth, and the universal language. Although direct communication through divine sense will also ignore language barriers, people will not easily communicate this way with strangers, so spoken words are still needed. Additionally, some cultivation systems will not develop divine sense until the very late stage, making this issue even more prominent. The other 2 noteworthy patents were the Commerce Hub and the Void Battlefield. The Commerce Hub created a universal currency for the lower dimension, a universal trading system, and even a universal bank. Wang Wei watched how the merit of the Commerce Hub was divided amongst many factions, most of which held high positions at the core of the hub. A few of the Foundation factions or individuals had long died and had no descendants, so true Heavenly Tao handed the merit to the group and let them decide how to divide it. His gaze shifted to a faraway world, to a thin mortal girl working on the farm. She was the descendant of one of the Commerce Hub's founders. The merit entered her body and immediately granted her a body suitable for cultivation, a basic technique of her world, followed by a peak gold chi luck dragon. She was shocked, and so were the other farmers around her. Then she ran home, packed her things, and swiftly left the village. Calm, quick, and decisive, thought Wang Wei, but not cruel enough. The best choice was to eliminate the people who saw her and delay the trouble that was coming. Wang Wei removed his gaze and focused on something else. What to do? The patent for the Void Battlefield belongs to a sect with 3 great emperors. If he wants to create his Void Battlefield that runs through the entire endless void, he must ask them for permission and pay the fee for using their idea. Let's use a diplomatic approach first. If they disagree. He had a cruel smile. The cultivation world's law of the jungle is something that I can also appreciate. Wang Wei turned away, preparing for his next plan. He had a few more things to do before continuing healing and cultivating. He suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He divined what he wanted but felt resistance, so he temporarily activated all his strength to proceed. The corpse-selling sect is about to move? His eyes lit up as he navigated the infinite strings of fate, trying to find the future or fate he desired. They want to acquire a patent involving the death business and recycling dead bodies. Beforehand, they need to make some changes to how they operate. This is my chance. He immediately contacted Wang Ju and told her about the news. This was the perfect opportunity to either infiltrate or find more information about the corpse-selling sect. Wang Wei smiled at this good news, no longer minding the unpleasant experience with the patent. However, he soon returned to a contemplative expression.
He wondered whether this new movement on their part was simply because of the appearance of the new patent system or whether there were greater implications. For example, was this an indication of Death Reverence's return? This theory is not too far-fetched. With Maitreya and Supreme Unity gone, these people in limbo should be restless and preparing for their return. It's possible the corpse-selling sect is gathering merit and luck to facilitate his revival. Wang Wei frowned. For once, I'm on Supreme Unity's side. I hope he does not allow these people to return yet. He does not want to be Death Reverence's enemy now.
Not only was the latter probably a primal paragon, but from what Wu Hong told him, he was a weird person with a terrifying secret. It would be a nightmare to make such an enemy in the current period of his cultivation journey.
Should I just ignore the corpse-selling sect? Contemplated Wang Wei. No, they are one of the greatest unstable variables of my era. They must be eliminated.
His eyes became firm and no longer wavered in his decision.
He returned to his throne and activated a communication array that displayed a screen. And, previously, the commerce hub scaled to a few hundred world communities.
I have officially retconned it to a third of the lower dimension, or more than 1,000 world communities.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046 Alliance. Wang Wei looked at Xianxia opposite him and instantly realized she was different. He was not referring to the natural nobility of an emperor, but the fact she no longer had that sense of worry looming over her. How may I address you? I chose the title Karmic Wing Empress, she uttered softly. An excellent and fitting name, he commented. Thank you. I assume you're the former issue was dealt with? Of course, she replied with a brilliant smile. And I have to thank you for that. I didn't do anything. No, without you lending me the deception inheritance, I would never have a chance to win my battle, Xianxia explained. So, I owe you. In that case, I won't be a hypocrite and accept your gratitude. I also have not forgotten my promise, added Xianxia. I handed your ambassador the promised Grand Dao Source Seed and Immortal Mansion. He told me, nodded Wang Wei. What about the alliance? I have no issue. The alliance only benefited her while paying very little, and that's all she cares about. Ever since she was young and her father died, it has always been her and her mother, so she has developed the mindset to give a good life as much as possible. That's good. Wang Wei began to discuss with her, primarily regarding his patents. He never refuted anyone who wanted to establish a court as long as they paid the fee, but this was not the same for the others. After all, establishing the court himself served him no good and would only increase his trouble. On the other hand, the Dream World and Enlightening Temple were off-limits. He wanted to establish these things in these worlds to receive the most benefit. If he allowed these people to copy his idea, his earnings would decrease between 20 to 42%, and he could not accept such a thing. Unfortunately, it will cause an issue since these worlds will not easily allow foreigners to intervene in their affairs. He has to prepare for the eventual confrontation between other world communities. Wang Wei's plan is to lure these people with the benefit of the mortal civilization. According to his calculations, these people will elevate mortals simply for the merit. Then, the majority will no longer care and even actively destroy these civilizations out of fear of mortal rise and revolution or disdain to change the status quo. Little do these people know that their actions are laying the foundation for the spread of the dream world and, mainly, the Enlightenment Temple. After all, without an educated population, how can craft and art develop? The discussion with Xianxia proceeded smoothly. As his ally, he granted her access to the dream world without spreading it himself. However, she could not use it now since he had a deal with Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei to give them a heads-up for the dream world before other worlds. His other allies will also have this advantage but only after the Star Beast world. However, it was only an advantage of a few hundred years. After this exchange, he had a second meeting with another ally, Xianxia or the Cosmic Dominion Empress. The two looked at each other for a moment, each with their own thoughts. Wang Wei found her Cosmos Dao rather interesting as it did not merely involve Star Dao but a few other things as well. He also knew she found another unique Qi after proving the Dao. It's been a while, fellow Daoist, saluted Wang Wei. Indeed. Before we begin our alliance talks, Can I ask you a few crucial questions?
Please.
Have you contacted your family since you've descended?
Not really.
Their celestial clan has ways for brief communication in the source chi space, so she knows they've set up somewhere, and they know she successfully proved the Tao and became an eternal, but that's about it. Any contact with the upper dimension?
I'm afraid not.
What about your family? Do they have ways to track what's happening in the eternal Ascension world? Probably not, and if they did, the people left behind should be laying invisible for an extended period to prevent people from finding them and catching our trail, replied Xianxia truthfully. She would not typically reveal such precious news to anyone, but she has already deduced that Wang Wei was the destined one that his family wanted her to contact. In that case, I have some news of the recent situation that may be of interest to the Celestial clan, uttered Wang Wei before informing her of the recent invasion, the occupied 7 moons, and the disappearance of the 2 suns. Xianxia's eyes narrowed the more she heard. She understood that such information could fundamentally affect the clan's plans, so she must report the news at all costs. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for this information. I will relay it to my family, replied Xianxia with a gentle smile. However, internally she was wary. She wished to know why he was telling her all this information. Could he just want to improve our relationship? No, such a person with deep thought would never do things for such a simple reason, she analyzed. So what's his purpose? Many thoughts flashed in her mind. She thought of many possibilities, including using the Celestial clan to further muddle the water in the upper dimension. Besides making good relationships, that's the most likely deduction. Consider this news a sign of good faith for our alliance, said Wang Wei with a smile. The two discussed everything, and Wang Wei essentially granted her the same deal as Shi. Better yet, he was more lenient in the negotiation since she had more potential than Shi and the demon-suppressing emperor. After the communication ended, Wang Wei secretly watched Xianxia, but she did not immediately relate the news as he expected. Clever little girl, he thought before entering his retreat. Time flew like a river, and before he knew it, 4,000 years had passed by before Wang Wei woke up. This was the longest retreat since the beginning of the era. He purposely made the retreat short because of the short lifespan of mortals, but this expansion was not something that could be done in a short period. He checked the world, and the only significant thing that had happened was a change in the enlightening temple. Mortals who achieved strength on par with quasi-emperors were memorialized as sages, with their own statues in the temple. This statue will bring luck, blessing, and power to the family of a sage, including increasing the odds their descendants will have high talent for mortal Tao. Currently, in the world, the best crafts and arts families are the ones who have cultivated a sage. Due to the expansion in the lower realm, arts and crafts have received another boost in development, as these families went on missionary tours to help other mortals elevate themselves. Wang Wei checked on the expansion before focusing on himself. In these past years, he finally dealt with his last bit of injury and returned to his peak health. Additionally, he focused on training his fleshly body. Sadly, after years of training and hard work, he only reached 95 infant fiend god force as he entered the second bottleneck in his cultivation journey. Luckily, I was prepared for this, thought Wang Wei before removing something from his space ring. A plate of food with seals on top. He looked at it with love and reminiscent, and unknowingly, a smile crept on the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds, he unsealed the food, releasing the intense aroma. His stomach grumbled despite the fact he no longer had a need for subsistence. Wang Wei slowly took a bite before closing his eyes to savor every second of it. He could taste the super intense flavor, which originated from her sealing the flavor from 10 of the same dish into one bowl. This bite was enough to kill any mortal, not because of the immense energy but because the flavor would overwhelm their senses. The only upside is that they would die with a smile. The food was delicious and nostalgic. He could feel all the love she placed when making it, which somehow elevated the taste to another realm. As he was enjoying his meal, the world was in a small turmoil as the food aroma enveloped everywhere. People wanted to know the source or origin of that smell and began to search for it. The one who knew the answer could only salivate while glancing toward the court. Wang Wei did not know any of this as he was lost in this meal. As he chewed his food, he could feel his essence flower ability activating and his true power Tao realm rapidly increasing. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 99, 1, 99, 5, 100. Wang Wei entered the 5th realm of the true power Tao realm, the Dragon Phoenix realm, the stage known as one of the most difficult challenges to opening the gate of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047 Dragon Phoenix Realm. Wang Wei closed his eyes, and he saw a gate in his body. It was tall, gray, dull, and with the character for essence written at the center. The gate was still somewhat blurry since he was still in the first step of the Dragon Phoenix Realm. Wang Wei opened his eyes and clutched his hands. The current strength of his flesh was the threefold battle realm, and if he wanted to be specific, 38.5% of the Grand Tao source. His fleshly body had surpassed his actual cultivation level of 32% Grand Tao source. Let's start with the tribulations, he muttered. He did not immediately start but sent a message to his mother to begin spreading the enlightening temple across the more stable worlds in the lower realm. He also sent his clone to secretly protect her since he would focus on the tribulation. Once everything was taken care of, he closed his eyes and started. This particular realm in the true power Tao realm is difficult for two reasons: cultivation and tribulation. There are only 10 steps, but each step equals 3.5% of the Grand Tao source. However, like Qi refiners, the 3.5% increase is not the same in the first step as the 5th or even 9th step. As such, it's difficult to cultivate in this realm, and it can burn resources like crazy to push the body to such heights. However, that's not even the most difficult aspect. The minimum requirement to open the gate of power and reach the adult fiend god realm is 10 steps plus passing a third of the indestructible body tribulation. Wang Wei started his first tribulation by choosing poison, a side door of medicine Tao. An unknown dark green poisonous cloud enveloped him and began to poison every inch of his body, making it react in some strange ways, including rashes. The pain was intense, almost reaching that wretched tribulation in the ancient dragon realm. He did not know how long the process lasted, but his body seemed to have sublimated when it ended. It took Wang Wei a moment to realize what had happened. So, that's what it means by indestructible Empyrean, he thought. Eternal and everlasting walked the path of eternity, which manifested in altering their existence, and making it no longer limited to flesh or matter, to the soul or spirituality. Things like name, history, accomplishment, and impact become part of an individual. Indestructible Empyreans walked a different path. They added the characteristic of indestructible to their existence, making them very hard to kill. They accomplished this through a simple but direct approach, tempering the body with the 3800 original Daos until it develops basic immunity to these Daos. Wang Wei had just passed the poison Tao tribulations, and facing any poison-based Grand Tao source, his body has even higher defensive capabilities. After the first tribulation, he closed his eyes and rechecked his gate. As expected, a small poison cloud symbol on the dull gate made it more vivid, alive, and noble. From what he knew, body refiners must pass 1267 tribulations before opening the gate. That's the minimum requirement, and such a number has a high risk of failure. Failure to open the gate will result in immediate and absolute death. No exceptions to eternal emperors. Empyreans and everlasting will survive with severe injuries to their existence, but will lose the opportunity to walk this path forever. From Wu Hong's notes, he knew this was the same penalty for paragons, and no one is spared if they fail to open the second gate of flesh. Next, let's continue with the other side door Daos, muttered Wang Wei. The Tao or order of Tao chosen for the tests matters. After each test, the flesh will be sublimated after acquiring its indestructible characteristics. That is to say, the body will become even more challenging to destroy and temper. To deal with this issue, Grand Tao, the administrator of this test, will dramatically increase the power of the next Tao. It will not improve the power slightly to a level slightly above a cultivator's tolerance, but an exponential increase. Such a rule makes the tribulation increasingly challenging with more Daos, which is why body refiners who have opened the gate of power are so rare. Wang Wei theorized that when the body had 3 gates, the first gate granted body refiners an infinite lifespan, and this particular tribulation should have been divided into 2 realms: infant fiend god and dragon phoenix, thus granting people a lot more time to prepare and plan for them. According to the tips the ancient desolate emperor gave him, some people will use powerful Daos, like time or destruction, as their first tests. This tactic increases their odds of passing. However, he warned him not to do such a thing and used the fact that some Daos are inherently more powerful than others to better temper his body. According to the latter, there are differences between indestructible Empyreans, and it mainly originated from a cultivator's preparation and foundation before opening the gate. People who leave the outlaw and supreme outlaws as the last parts of their tempering establish a better foundation than the ones who begin with them. Wang Wei followed his tip and began his tribulations with the 800 side doors Dao before proceeding with the 3,000 main Das. Time passed, and another 6,000 years flashed by without him knowing it. He had passed 400 tribulations and reached the second step in the Dragon Phoenix realm. Sadly, all his previous resources for tempering the body, including those from the Dao burial ground and primordial desolate, were used up. No wonder this path is so difficult, complained Wang Wei. He did not use as many resources as other body refiners because he did not use resources that helped his regeneration, which was a common thing used to aid in the tribulations. But even then, he ran out of resources quickly, and he had just started in this realm. In the latter stages, his requirements will be even more drastic. He had plenty of merit stored and could use it, but he would never do something so stupid. When his ancestors preached to him, they warned him about merit. They said he could use merit to boost his understanding but never use it to increase his cultivation directly. Ancient Desolate told him never to use it in his body refining. No matter how small, taking a shortcut will affect his willpower, and that's a major taboo for any body refining. His other resort is Wu Hong's food and his essence flower ability, but he has to reserve these things for attacking the 9th and 10th steps. Luckily, it's about time for the expansion to end, he muttered. With the ability to gather resources from the entire world community, he should find a few rare things usable to his level. Wang Wei took a moment to check the situation. In the past few years, the Origin Weapon Mountain finished the automatic weapon refining cauldron and placed it in the dream world. Now, people from all over this world community do not have to beg weapon refiners for weapons, unless they were specific or tailor-made ones. The people from the lower realm benefited most from this change. In most worlds, professions are even rarer and nobler than in the Myriad Emperor world, so they jumped at the opportunity to have any pill or weapon that pleased them. The pill and weapon market has become chaotic over the years in this community. On the one hand, the people have access to the dream world simulation, where they can easily cultivate most professions to the peak of the mortal stage. On the other hand, they also have access to things such as the cauldrons. At some point during the last 10,000 years, all professions took a drastic downward trend until the second immortal pill refiner, Lu Cheng, appeared. His appearance showed the world that Yen Liling was not an unreplicable case and that high-tier professions were the future. Not long after him, Fu Kaiyun and a few other people also showed up. Tong Rubing's clones created an automatic talisman cauldron and put it in the dream world. The Dao opening sect did not say anything since they'd been working on this thing for a while, and she was faster than them. The good news is that Kai Song has also created her automatic cauldron to manufacture puppets in batches like a robot factory. However, such innovation remains private property of the Dao opening sect and is not open or known to the public. The Fate Shadow Guard has even been tasked to monitor any factions trying to create such a cauldron. The last missing part is the array cauldron, and things are proceeding smoothly since talented people worldwide are working on it. However, low and middle-level arrays rely heavily on topography, so they need to deal with the issue. Their answer was to create a spirit with intelligence and powerful calculation ability. If someone wanted a formation in an area, they would have to provide visual proof of the place so she could calculate how to install the formation. So, I created the Industrial Revolution in the cultivation world. With the rise of these cauldrons, personal crafts have been replaced by fast and efficient mechanical manufacturing. This change has positive and negative aspects, as seen by how the world reacted to them. However, that was not Wang Wei's main concern. This particular change in the world made it look too similar to modern Earth, which is still a taboo in this universe. Once this era ends, these cauldrons will be on the list of the first thing to be destroyed, maybe even erased from history, analyzed Wang Wei, who immediately decided to leave a warning to the sect not to bring them out into the next era. They can preserve the knowledge but only keep it to them, especially Kaisong's cauldron. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048 Wrath's Journey. Wang Wei's gaze focused on his family. His grandfather had used that heart for intense and cruel training, which allowed his bloodline to develop at a rapid rate. Wang Wei had not had contact with Jianghu Wei for a long time, but his intuition told him the latter had found the 9 Sons Emperor. That is to say, his grandfather can have his revenge match very soon. His father was still in retreat. His clones or incarnations in the swordsmanship world had already reached the void-shattering realm, and he was on his way to finish his 9-extremity foundation. As for his mother, she was in the lower realm, spreading the enlightening temple. More than 2,000 years ago, she achieved her cultivation goals and began the final step of gathering merit to prove the Tao. My deception method seemed to have worked, thought Wang Wei as he realized true heavenly Tao was less strict with the Tao opening sect or the people close to them. As such, his mother had a high chance of becoming an empress. This gives more hope for Li Jun and Yan Liling. His gaze shifted outside of the myriad emperor world to other world communities. A few significant changes had occurred. The primary one was that a few heavenly emperors had appeared. These people gritted their teeth and paid the fee to Wang Wei after true heavenly Tao became the one protecting his patent. The most powerful of the heavenly emperors is undoubtedly He Shi, the battle god emperor.
Many people in the Commerce Hub are still stubborn and do not want to pay the fee, especially after learning about the Myriad Emperor world's expansion in the lower realm and the other things they've created that can gather merit. They wanted to copy it and build their own dream world and maybe even enlightening temple. However, these patents are not even open to the public. So, the only way to get their hands on them is to kill Wang Wei and force the Tao opening sect to permit them. And if the sect does not agree, eradicate it until there are no inheritors to these patents. After knowing their thoughts, He Shi came to these people with the promise of helping him kill Wang Wei, and they believed him because he revealed the Spirit Genesis sect's greatest kept secret, the broken Empyrean artifact. Such information brought great confidence to these people from the Commerce Hub, and He Shi used this opportunity to grab more power and rapidly recuperate from the loss he suffered at Wang Wei's hands. Although the sect was not back to its full power since it could not easily compensate for the things lost in the garden, his actions drastically reduced the time they needed to recuperate. Of course, He Shi's life was not all positive. Wang Wei had already planted a bone stuck in his throne in the form of Gao Buqin. The latter became a part of his court, whose entire purpose was to contradict and make things difficult for him. He Shi would not accept such a thing, so he tried eradicating Gao Buqin and his factions. Luckily, Desolate One was his protector and fought with him. Desolate One lost that battle fairly easily, but he also revealed Wang Wei's talisman, forcing He Shi to stop since he did not want to reveal his trump card. Does he want to lure me into his world and use that artifact? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Although he could not divine information about He Shi due to the artifact, the Fate Shadow Guard had already infiltrated the upper echelons of the Commerce Hub, so these people's actions did not escape his sight. I've been patient with you because of my worry for Emperor Jia. It seems it's time to stop being cautious and eliminate you. No matter what Emperor Jia hides or does, the truth will be revealed once he deals with He Shi. Wang Wei's gaze shifted to the Star Beast world. He sent words to Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei that they could start spreading the dream world based on their previous agreement. Afterward, a screen appeared before him, and a few seconds later, Wrath's beautiful face appeared wearing a crimson dress. Why is it so hard to see you? She asked. That's not my fault. When I'm available, you're in retreat. When you're free, I'm the busy one, shrugged Wang Wei. I thought you were avoiding me. And why would I do something like that? Who knows what shady individuals like you do? I feel like you have a warped view of what kind of person I am. No, I see you for what you are. And what is that? It's best that I keep my thoughts out so as not to ruin our acquaintanceship. I thought we were friends, said Wang Wei with a smile. Friends? If we are friends, why don't you publicly meet me and announce we are working together? Wang Wei coughed slightly, a little absurd at this conversation. He felt like he was conversing with his mistress, who grew resentful of her status and wanted a genuine relationship. Back to the main topic, I've kept my part of the bargain and saved as the remaining devil races, said Wang Wei before summoning a red crystal ball containing a small world. With a wave, he sent it across an infinite distance to her. Wrath held the thing in her hands. What about the devil gods? My property, of course. There were 4 remaining devil gods, and Wrath once exchanged one with him. The remaining 3 were his resources, and he would not hand them over. I thought we were friends? Shouldn't friends be more gracious or giving?
My mother once told me women were born actresses. They can change spots faster than leopards. I'm starting to think she was correct. And is there something wrong with that? You men have your naturally strong physique to survive this world, and we have our changing faces and tears. Fair point, but let's not discuss this, said Wang Wei. Tell me what happened to you? Let me think. After I left, I traveled throughout the endless void for more training and experience. In my journey, I encounter a few worlds whose hatred for my kind has not abated after so long. These people have raised our devil race in captivity for generations, treating them worse than animals. Wrath did not hide the hatred and anger in her eyes. I saved the ones I could and gave hope to the ones I could not. She sighed with some melancholy. The only good news about that ordeal was that my devil sword absorbed more of our race's resentment, pain and karma, thus increasing its power. After that, I did as you suggested. Use it like a pill to make up for my failed 9-extremity foundation. I achieved 4 root instead of 2 as you predicted. I found a plane called Chaos Bell World with a chaos treasure fused to its core. This world could deploy powerful protection around it in times of emergency and protect it from foreign invasion. I thought it was the perfect place to use as our new home. She looked him in the eyes. You were correct. With the purple merit, true heavenly Tao accepted our new status. We are now the Neo-Devil race. A new race. Yes.
With a human bloodline weaved into us, we now also have the ability for good, apathy and innovation, on top of our natural instinct to absorb negative karma.
Wang Wei almost gave her a strange look. The Neo-Devil sounded like humans with a perfect devil race bloodline. However, since true heavenly Tao acknowledged them as a new race, their bloodline would no longer be so simple. What next? I proved the Tao and took the title of Devil Empress. Bold name.
Well, I'm prepared for the consequences of that name, replied Wrath.
Since then, I have been slowly integrating my kind into the Chaos Bell World. I want to turn it into a place of sanctuary for us. The Chaos Bell World is the perfect place to protect your kind. You only need to watch out for people trying to take it down from the inside.
I've made preparations for this possibility.
But what next? Asked Wang Wei. You can't expect the Neo-Devil to stay cooped up in their home world forever? Isolation is the best way to protect us, said Wrath. I will try to change the world's view of us before I leave, but if I fail, this method will at least preserve our existence for a few eras. I have a way that may help, added Wang Wei before explaining the dream world to her. Yes, communication and understanding are the best ways to eradicate hatred and generational history. As long as my people interact more with the world and show them their new selves, it's only a matter of time before we can find true acceptance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049 The Return of the Soul Path. Wang Wei spent the next few hours talking with her, including checking on gluttony. Since he told her master he would look out after her, he would not break his promise. He also granted her privileges similar to those of other members of his alliance. After the conversation ended, Wang Wei took a moment to ponder about his life and goals as he discovered how much farther he had to go for his dreams to be accomplished.
Although he is one of the most powerful individuals in the lower dimension, he still has to be careful not to be seen in public with Wrath and the devil race to protect the longevity of his era.
Such an act is a form of restriction, and he did not like it, but that's how things must be. If he were powerful enough and could reach the half-step transcendent realm as soon as possible and not worry about true heavenly Dao's effect on his new era, he would not have to do such a thing. As cliché as these words are, everything is simply because I'm not strong enough, analyzed Wang Wei. After shaking his head, he proceeded with his next task by contacting Xianxia. Is everything set up? Directly asked the second-generation divine race.
It is, but you seem in a hurry.
I'm just tired of my weak self, he replied. Plus, my situation is a little dangerous. Would you mind sending someone to come pick me up? All right. With a thought, Xianxia appeared before him at the court, shocking the young god. He looked around, wondering how he could reach this place so quickly and despite the barricade of their divine race's small world. Relax, have a cup of tea, and tell me what's going on, said Wang Wei as he changed the throne room to a setting more suitable for receiving guests. Xianxia sat down, sipped the tea, and exhaled before narrating his experience. As you knew, our divine race's small world only allowed second-generation gods to leave after cracks began to appear in the absolute beginning magic. And, for a refresher, read ch 570 God King. The elders sent many of us to other worlds to try to cultivate many emperors and eventually tackle this issue. 2 people succeeded and became pseudo-eternals before returning home. However, the moment they returned, they were attacked by some people. Civil war? Asked Wang Wei calmly. Yes. They apparently wanted to weaken these 2 to prevent them from acquiring more power for the younger generation. Ultimately they failed, and these 2 took their revenge. They were brutal and showed no mercy. Xianxia sighed. All signs indicated that the second-generation gods were about to take absolute control until the absolute beginning magic suddenly failed, broken without any explanation. The first-generation god should have a deep foundation that suddenly revealed itself, commented Wang Wei. Exactly. He was a powerful ancestor who could not function properly even in our small world, but now he was free. With him alone, he could hold our 2 Eternals, dragging the war to be longer than it should have been. Now, so many people have begun to escape to avoid this war, leading to a drastic weakening of our kind.
Wang Wei listened attentively as he realized this is what would have happened to the Dao opening sect or many other factions had the older generation decided to keep power to themselves while still being immortal. Extreme monopolies have been one of the leading causes for the cultivation of the world's lack of development, and if the older generation never relegated power, the world would have been in a much worse state.
So, still haven't changed your mind on the emperor path? Asked Wang Wei. No, I still disdain it. Wang Wei shook his head. I've talked about the dream world before, so let me show it to you. You can take a few days before we begin. All right. Wang Wei showed him how to enter before also checking things himself. The dream world was not divided into millions of servers, for lack of a better term. The largest or main server is where individuals from all worlds can meet and interact, followed by countless smaller servers based on an individual's plane. For example, if a myriad emperor world native only wants to converse with people from his home, they must enter that particular server. If they wish to speak to someone else from the lower realm, they must enter the most significant server or receive an invitation to enter that person's world server. The battle tower was also divided into servers with many different lists. For example, there was a list of the most powerful cultivators in the 4-pillar world, which Kai Ren Shu took. That title, of course, went to Wang Wei in the Myriad Emperor world. Li Jun held the position of the most powerful heaven chosen in the Myriad Emperor world and the main server. Kai Ren Shu actually ranked 28th, and considering this list included millions of worlds, it was very impressive. Of course, a few talented individuals, like Di Jiaying, Wang Wei's father and mother, or Dong Lifan, chose not to participate yet in the rankings. Wang Wei checked the rankings and was satisfied to see Li Jun and Yan Liling at the top of a list in 2 servers. Even Tai Gang tops the list for the best legion, beating out Li Jun's Slaughter Legion and a few other talented military strategists. Wang Wei looked into the distance. The Star Beast world had just acquired its own server, so the lists were about to be shuffled. Soon afterward, the Demon Suppression world, the Chaos Bell world, Ji Lanfang's Immortal Ascension world, and Shiqian and Shi Shangaian's worlds will also have their own server. The next non-alliance world to get their server should be the Martial Hegemony world. That's when our expansion truly begins. However, such a world might cause some headaches. Hopefully, Su Shi can provide some help to the situation, thought Wang Wei. A few days later, Liang Shixian was ready, and Wang Wei took him to a special location in the dream world. The second-generation god looked at the golden hues floating everywhere, and his eyes shone brightly. Such a significant amount of incense, he commented. He does not think he had seen such an extravagant amount. That's normal since it's from an entire world community, replied Wang Wei calmly. You know the plan, so let's begin. Liang Shixian sat cross-legged on the floor and began to cultivate. He ran the cultivation method Wang Wei created and immediately began to condense his soul ring and divine flame. The soul has certain innate qualities, one of which is its immortal essence. Without cultivator interference, a mortal soul would not die or be destroyed and continue the endless cycle of reincarnation. The first part of this technique or path is to condense a soul ring born from the soul's immortal characteristic. This process is extremely difficult and virtually impossible for most mortals without a higher being's aid. However, Xianxia was a god and cultivated soul law. After numerous attempts, he condensed a soul ring above his divine soul. The next step was to absorb the incense and combine it with the ring. Incense, as an energy source of the gods, also contains divinity characteristic, and divinity is associated with immortality and power. Xianxia gave his 100% concentration to condense his divine flame. Since the deception trial, he has been practicing this technique even though it was full of problems back then. He was confident with all his simulations in the past few days. Wang Wei calmly watched him. He should be helping him in this part, but he knew of Xianxia's pride, so he only watched. After an unknown amount of time, a golden flame appeared above the soul ring in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. The divine flame was bright, noble, immortal-like, and divine. It released a burst of power that washed away every corner of Xianxia's soul and body. Now, not only was his soul immortal, but his body also shared the characteristics. "How do you feel?" "Powerful but also disappointed," said Xianxia. He could tell his strength was only on par with second-class emperors. "You should be proud. Other people would never have this level of strength after becoming god kings. If not for your affinity with incense and your talent as a second-generation god, you would probably only be on par with third class." Xianxia shook his head, but Wang Wei did not say anything. He warned him beforehand and should have expected this outcome. "What can you do?" "Besides bypassing most defenses and directly attacking the soul, I seem capable of temporarily borrowing power from the Grand Tao source," he replied. "That makes sense. Your soul is powerful enough to bear its power. However, I'm guessing the duration is very short compared to Tao ancestors. A god king's divine flame was the same as a Tao ancestor's inner world or an immortal venerate's immortal mansion. If it's destroyed, they lose their strength and suffer serious injuries. Yes, long-lasting battles against them are not recommended." Wang Wei nodded. "Do you want to immediately announce the return of the soul path?" "No, I'm currently too weak," denied Xianxia. "I have some privileges as its founder, and I will use them to become an eternal class powerhouse. Then, I will announce them." "Will it take long?" asked Wang Wei. "Not really, but I might need more incense. As long as you pay for it, that's fine." Xianxia did not mind since the latter fulfilled their agreement and owed him nothing. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1050 Return of the Soul Path, 2. Xianxia did not immediately continue his retreat but entered the battle tower. He chose his first opponent, an immortal venerable. As soon as the battle started, he mobilized the power of his divine flame, releasing a spiritual pressure that rendered the immortal venerable immobile. "My soul power can affect his soul, body, and even the operation of his immortal mansion," summarized Xianxia. With a thought, he crushed his opponent into meat pace. He chose a regular Tao ancestor for his next opponent, and Xianxia also restricted his strength to the same level. He had one purpose for this battle: to find how long a regular god king could last in battle while borrowing the power of the Grand Tao source. The answer was 7 days of constant battle. Xianxia frowned. 7 days might seem a long time for any battle, but that's only if the strength between two individuals is similar. In a battle of similar prowess, it's normal for a battle to go on for years, decades, and even more. Given the lifespan of immortals, Xianxia would not be surprised if someone told him 2 emperors fought for millions of years, non-stop, without determining a victor. God kings must not rely too heavily on the Grand Tao source. Our main battle method should be direct soul attacks, or using illusion and other mind-interfering methods, analyzed Xianxia. Maybe we should use other laws to make up for it? Normal laws would be useless in battles of this level, unless they had something similar to heaven laws. We can create our own divine law, thought Xianxia. God kings will not have ready-made incense for them to walk this path. So, they must create their own divine kingdom with followers that provide them with enough worship for the transition. Then, with the help of a great emperor, sadly, or other immortal beings, they will condense their soul ring and divine flame. I can gather the will of all my believers into a single unified power, or divine will, before fusing it with my law to create the so-called divine law. If my divine kingdom is vast enough, the divine law could probably work similarly to the heaven will and confront low-class emperors. Liang Shixian spent many years researching this path and had many ideas. After coming to the myriad emperor world and seeing a larger and broader world, he felt more inspiration coming every moment. The next test was a secret technique that burned his divine flame. In dire situations, Tao ancestors and immortal venerables can do the same to their inner world and immortal mansions. The research revealed what he had previously deduced. His soul path is way better than the immortal path but slightly worse than the Tao path. He also learned the divine flame is not easily rekindled once extinguished, and he will enter a period of weakness, just like any of the other paths. Liang Shixian continued testing his newfound strength, battling third- and second-class insurgents, followed by actual great emperors. When facing an emperor, he could not borrow the power of the Grand Tao source, but he was also not suppressed by the emperor's awakening or soul power. On the contrary, he obliterated his opponent's soul, leaving an empty body. Liang Shixian gathered much data on this new path and formed many ideas and plans for the future of this path. Afterward, he returned to the incense area of the dream world to continue cultivating. As he absorbed more incense, he saw the intensity of his divine flame slowly increasing. If I want to become a God Lord and God Emperor, the divine flame must reach its limit before I condense a second ring and flame. His eyes couldn't help but shine in anticipation. However, he knew he still had a long way to go. Liang Shixian did not continue cultivating but proceeded to use the special right granted to him by heaven and earth for creating this path. He absorbed a large quantity of incense to build a divine kingdom inside his sea of consciousness. He took inspiration from Dong Lifen's Fortune Dynasty path to build a vast divine kingdom in his mind, full of worshippers made entirely out of incense. He even gave them life by using his soul law. Liang Shixian knew such an act would force him to give most of his merit to Wang Wei, but he did not care. After he finishes, he will be an eternal tier insurgent and not the weak kind. If only all god kings were allowed to create a divine kingdom inside their sea of consciousness, thought Liang Shixian. If that were the case, his soul path would be very close to the emperor path, if not on par. Let's try this divine will and divine law idea. Liang Shixian looked at all the citizens in his kingdom and began condensing their will and desire into a single force or power. Unfortunately, such a thing was not his forte, so he quickly failed. Without a choice, he contacted Wang Wei to see how he could help. Then, the founder of the soul path had found his lips twitching unconditionally. "Fine, I will pay," he said, and soon afterward, a vast amount of information entered his mind, making him secretly sigh. Even with his current strength, he could not see the limit of that cheap bastard's power. Success, celebrated Liang Shixian as he felt the new power he condensed. Fusing the divine will with his three laws, river, thunder, and soul, was relatively easy once he got the hang of it. However, he soon frowned. The divine law is too weak to affect eternal tier battles, concluded Liang Shixian. After considering things for a moment, he realized it made sense. Heavenly Tao boosted heaven's laws. But which one? The limit of the majority of heavenly Tao is second class, so how could they help 5- and 6-star primarchs? Such a job would fall to true heavenly Tao. His divine will cannot compare to such an entity. The good news is the divine will can act as another form of Tao will or will manifestation, albeit a weaker version, thought Liang Shixian. Another bad news is the method of condensing it and divine laws is an insurgent technique, meaning that it will not be universal to all god kings. Liang Shixian groaned. Each passing moment further proved to him that his path was not as special as he had envisioned or wished it to be. It's okay. A part of me already expected this, he told himself. Regardless of the outcome, he would not regret his decision, and that's because his disdain for the emperor path outweighed anything else. The cultivation retreat ended, so Liang Shixian walked out to see Wang Wei waiting for him. How long has passed? Only 5 years passed outside, replied Wang Wei. I guess I owe you even more. Liang Shixian knew time formation capable of affecting immortals was not simple. This one is in the house, replied generously. He only saved the latter a few 100,000 years, which was nothing for him. Are you ready? Yes, nodded Liang Shixian firmly before appearing somewhere in the court. He did not stand above the sky in the myriad emperor world, which could be interpreted as rude since he's an outsider. So, the ceremony was somewhere in the court. Heavenly Tao above, be my witness, today, I, Xianxia, create the soul path to immortality that I dared call the God King path. His voice echoed throughout the world, and a few seconds later, an eye materialized above the sky. The eye of true heavenly Tao manifested, gazing intently at Xianxia. Typically, this process would only take a few seconds, but oddly, the eye lingered for close to a minute, making Wang Wei frown. Is this related to the previous disappearance of the soul path? He thought. To this day, he still has no idea what has happened to that path. The only valuable information he learned from Wu Hong was that some chaos worlds still had the soul path, while others were the same as the eternal Ascension world. However, overall, the soul path had drastically decreased in the chaos universe. After what felt like an eternity, visions manifested between heaven and earth as the eye dissipated. Afterward, Liang Shixian's voice traveled throughout the entire lower dimension, alarming the world of a monumental change. Purple merit descended from the sky, and 65% of it went to Liang Shixian while Wang Wei pocketed the rest. But soon afterward, Liang Shixian had to give most of his share to Wang Wei, leaving only 10% for himself. Liang Shixian looked at the small portion left in his hand with a slight headache. But he gritted his teeth and handed another 5% to Wang Wei. What's this for? I want to use your incense to train a few followers. You should have access to some reserve, right? I had to hand them over during the civil war, replied Liang Shixian with a sigh. Well, I'm not one to refuse a good deal. Wang Wei readily agreed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051 Alternative Soul Foundation. Somewhere in primordial chaos, two titans were clashing non-stop. Then, out of nowhere, Supreme Unity suddenly paused. He immediately realized his mistake and tried to reach it, but it was too late. Methreya took this opportunity and hit him with a golden palm, drawing a few drops of blood in the corner of his mouth. You should know better than to be distracted in this kind of battle, she stated before continuing her non-stop offensive. Meanwhile, Supreme Unity had to take a moment to compose himself and control his emotions. The return of the soul path allowed the eternal Ascension world to fix a missing part of its existence, which in turn increased true heavenly Tao's power and control while reducing his. I cannot rely too much on heavenly book, thought Supreme Unity. It's time for me to take action. Many powerhouses in the upper dimension felt the soul path's reappearance. They knew that such changes would have worldwide repercussions, but only a few people knew exactly what these were. Origin Seal Continent, did you feel it? Asked Wu Hong. Yes, a new soul path, nodded Yanhai. This one seems related to divinity instead of a pure soul path. That's not what I care about. Do you think his influence has been lifted? Probably. I mean, there have been signs, replied Yanhai. The soul path returned in many chaos worlds, so it's not surprising. I'm just wondering how this will affect the future. The chaos universe will simply become even more complicated, replied the Sword Empress. Spirit, essence, qi and Tao. Only with these four things in perfect balance can the universe be perfect. Once that is achieved, many simple things will become complicated. Many things that were once impossible or unauthorized will become common. This time, the chaos will truly be impressive, sighed Wu Hong. The Third Origin War? Said Yanhai with great fighting intent. I don't think it will be called like this. If Kishin's conjecture is correct and the kid will be the one who starts the chaos, why can't he use this name? As his ancestor, the least he could do is let me name the event. Wu Hong rolled his eyes. How are your injuries? Great. It won't be long before I won't be a small shrimp of an emperor, replied Yanhai. How about it? Want to fight then? No, I don't want to embarrass you again. It will be different this time. I have a powerful body and entered a new swordsmanship realm. You're definitely not my opponent. And do you think I haven't improved? Wu Hong rebutted. The memories she received from the unknown clone were helpful in more ways than one. Yanhai looked at her.
Even the slightest improvement is difficult in their current realm but also drastically increases their strength.
If you're scared, say so.
Wu Hong ignored her and disappeared, making the Sword Empress snort. No matter what, it won't change the fact you will be my little daughter-in-law. Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang felt the changes between heaven and earth, and many ideas flashed in his mind. The other paths are the backbone soldiers and middle-level officers of the revolution, and having a new path will also mean more variety in their troops. He groaned as he knew he had to attend an official meeting of the dynasty before having the free time to contact old Ma. Without hesitation, he wore his official clothes and headed to the palace. Midway through the voyage, Pei Lang felt a sudden terror overcome his mind. The feeling of dread was so intense that his body was shaking.
What's going on?
He quickly searched for an answer, and his face became ugly, an omen of death. His intuition was warning him that death was rapidly approaching.
What happened? Was my identity exposed? This was unlikely.
Pei Lang was not stupid and knew someone was protecting him. Otherwise, he would never be able to hide from certain individuals. Calm down, he repeated over his mind while breathing. No matter the situation, as long as I can become a boundless paragon, my chances of surviving this catastrophe should improve. As Pei Lang attended today's meeting, his facial expression never revealed any anomaly. No one could tell this famous prime minister received a terrifying omen of death. Pei Lang returned home after discussing the issue with the new soul path, and immediately contacted old Ma.
Sir, we have good and bad news.
What happened? We found old man Tianji, replied old Ma.
I'm assuming that's the good news. What about the bad?
Well, we didn't find him per se, but he left a note for you, explained old Ma before showing him the note, which read, "The pill is both a great fortune and a disaster."
Pei Lang's eyes squinted.
Diviners always speak in riddles and never direct with their words, a fact that he did not like. However, these words were easy to understand and deduce. The pill itself has no issue, but the process of breaking through will not be simple.
Sir, what are you thinking? Asked old Ma. Don't know. What do you think I should do?
The situation is stable, so I don't think you need to rush, said old Ma. We can take our time to ensure that your breakthrough will be smooth. Pei Lang did not say anything. Typically, such a tactic would be best, but not with death looming over him. He sighed. Things have changed, and there is no time for a safe approach.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it. I will enter seclusion to prepare for the breakthrough. I will leave a clone for you to contact.
Sir, how sure are you?
If this were any other time, I would say 80%. But now I don't know. Old Ma was silent momentarily. Take care and be careful. Pei Lang nodded. They discussed how to best utilize this new path and increase their strength. As soon as the conversation ended, Pei Lang began to act. He had prepared many exits for himself for different situations, including needing a clone to replace his main body and preserve his identity. Once that was done, he disappeared from the world's view. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei looked at Xianxia in puzzlement. Such an act of returning the soul path to the world should have been a far grander event. However, besides the merit, nothing of significance occurred. He did notice a powerful destiny protecting the latter, and once Xianxia returns home, his race will also be protected. However, he felt the entire thing was underwhelming. What could be the cause? Thought Wang Wei, deducing countless possibilities. It's either the return of the soul path is not as important as I believe, or True Heavenly has reduced the impact of this event as a form of protection for Xianxia. Wang Wei was leaning on the latter. Just like Heavenly Tao owes Buddhism for what happened with the absolute beginning emperor, the divine race also suffered due to that catastrophe. So, it's possible True Heavenly Tao converted all the rewards and benefits of Xianxia into destiny and chi luck of his race. Under Liang Shixian's request, Wang Wei teleported the latter's followers from their clan's dimension. Afterward, Wang Wei began to check on the world. Many people are intrigued by this new path. Most of the god positions are accompanied by faith, meaning many people already have some level of resources for this path. So, many people who were previously trying to save for a Grand Dao Source Seed opted for this cheaper path instead. They were happy as long as they were not the lowest of immortal venerables. While Wang Wei was waiting and observing, Yan Liling came to see him.
Little sister, what happened? I have an idea and wanted to run it by you. I'm all ears. You know I've been trying to understand existence, to establish a 9-extremity foundation? Indeed. How is your progress? I'm very close. I only need a slight push, and I feel I will succeed, replied Yen Liling. That's good news. Is that what you need my help with? Asked Wang Wei. We could try Lin Fan's approach. If he erased her existence, before reviving her through existence reconstruction, she might break through that last barrier. That's actually a good idea, replied Yen Liling. But that's not it. I was considering whether I can achieve an alternative 9-extremity like Junior, but instead of the body, through the soul. Normally, that would be impossible. There is a reason that the limit of strength is 7 leaf, and only through body refining and 9-extremity can this be overcome. Are you thinking of taking inspiration from this God King path? Exactly, nodded Yen Liling. Let's see. We can modify the process so that you condense a soul ring with the growth characteristic of the soul instead of its immortal nature. Then, you can condense a soul flame using pure soul energy instead of incense. The soul flame should temper your soul beyond the limit and achieve strength on par with Tao ancestors, if not higher. So, it's possible? Asked Yen Liling with shining eyes. As an alchemist, the soul is very important to her, so this way is more compatible to her than the 9-extremity foundation. We can try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052 Hard Success, Transition and Transaction. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei frowned as he watched Yen Liling in the simulation trying to condense the growth soul ring. Things were not as simple as he imagined. The rules of heaven and earth allowed only the body to break the limit of 7 leaf, meaning it was not easy to break or become the exception. He began to help or assist her in the process. He showed her the soul's essence and allowed her to experience what it's like to have an emperor soul, followed by an innate paragon soul. However, all of these did not help, and she still failed. Yen Liling, let alone Wang Wei, were not people that easily gave up, especially the latter, who felt like someone was mocking him for trying to become an exception to the rules. So he went extreme. He instilled Liang Shixing's memories of condensing his soul ring and divine flame into her mind. He allowed her to peep at the secrets of reincarnation, watching an infinite number of mortal souls experience life and death and how their souls develop in the process. He used his subsoul, Tao, to allow her to experience how every stimulus affected the soul, including negative emotions, positive emotions, trauma, willpower, ambitions, desires, cultivation, law baptism, injuries, healing, etc. Wang Wei even showed her what it would be like to be a hive-mind creature with direct access to trillions of souls. Then, after years of effort and simulation, she finally succeeded. This was way harder than I expected, commented Yen Liling as she saw the ring above her primordial spirit in her sea of consciousness. The process could be described as torturous, which would be putting it lightly. The only good news is her understanding of the soul has reached a level she never thought possible. That's because you weren't trying to become a god king. Otherwise, the process would not have been so stressful, explained Wang Wei, who felt both relief and anger that the process was so arduous. That's worrying. Indeed. I'm afraid only people with an extreme talent for the soul have a chance of succeeding in this method. So, this foundation is only for people with professional Tao? And even only the very best of them? Summarized Yen Liling. In other words, only people like her, Tong Ruobing, and the deceased Chen Chen might have a chance. Wu Ming, who is on the same level as them, relies more on his unique physique and might fail. Lu Qing also relies on his innate talent and risks failure as well. After all, Yen Liling used the force control skill, which is an even better version of his talent, but it was not enough for the procedure. The fact that there are 3 people with a talent for this kind of foundation is a testament to how many unparalleled geniuses this generation has, observed Yen Liling. Wang Wei groaned after hearing these words. He still has not given up on his father achieving 10 supremacy and thought this method might allow him to refine an innate emperor soul, but it appeared this attempt was futile. It seems Dad might have to wait for a foundation re-establishment in the later years of his cultivation journey if he wants a chance at 10 supremacy, analyzed Wang Wei. Let's proceed to the next part, added Wang Wei, and Yan Liling continued with the simulation. The next part was also difficult but not as extreme as the first. They had ample pure soul energy from the dream world's excellent business model, and Yan Liling now had a deeper understanding of soul Tao to increase the likelihood of success and accelerate the process. The combination of pure soul energy and the soul ring and ensuring the innate soul flame, named chosen by Yan Liling, contained the characteristic of nurturing. Further, to aid the growth or development of the primordial spirit took significant work between the two before finally succeeding. How does it feel? Asked Wang Wei as he saw the final product. Excellent. I can feel my soul growing with each passing minute, explained Yan Liling. It won't be long before I can bear the power of the Grand Tao Source for a short period, meaning I will be able to refine Tao pills. That's great to hear, replied Wang Wei before frowning a little. I'm starting to think my plan for you guys to prove the Tao is unnecessary. At this point, it would be best to wait for the right generation and participate in the battle. No need. I am more than happy to safeguard your era after you leave, replied Yan Liling. And I know Junior feels the same. But there is no need. We want to, and that's what matters. Wang Wei sighed. Right. I just had a great idea. What if I fuse the origin pill flame with the innate soul flame? It should increase your soul's potential or higher limits while also increasing your pill refining ability, analyzed Wang Wei. However, as you know, this thing is very exclusive, so it won't be easy to fuse. We have the time. That's true. Do you want to condense the soul ring and flame now, or continue with the simulation? Asked Wang Wei. It's best that I finish everything in one fell swoop. As you wish, but things are about to happen on the outside, so I will leave a projection to continue helping you. That's all right. Wang Wei left the dream world, and a little over 500 years had passed on the outside. Of course, Yan Liling had spent countless times higher inside the simulation with his help. With a single thought, he checked the world and muttered, "Things are about to set up in place." A few days after his exit, visions manifested all over the myriad emperor world, followed by a mighty and noble cry of a dragon. All eyes immediately focused on the northern continent, and not long afterward, the world knew a new eternal had appeared, Primal Darkness Dragon Emperor. The majority of the people were lukewarm about this new change. By this time in the era, emperors and eternals had become too normal. With the advancement of civilization and the dream world, mortals are more connected and have more knowledge about the cultivation world. So, even with their relatively short lifespan, they have records of things that happened 10,000 years ago. Wang Wei once prayed for the mortal children that have to learn such a long history. Luckily for them, their spirit is higher than regular individuals. The only people who genuinely care about Ao Shen's achievement are the top lineages, as his new power increases the level of threat he poses, and the people who still refuse to acknowledge the rise or even presence of the demon race. Ao Shen and the demon have only become an even greater threat to these people. They even critiqued the Heavenly Emperor for his passive, or even encouraging attitude toward the demon race. Wang Wei did not care about how the world reacted to these changes. He looked at the northern continent, and a smile crept on his mouth as he thought of something. Mom should be interested in fighting him once she also proves the Tao. A battle of darkness. This should be a sight to see. Wang Wei watched the demon race begin to celebrate their chief's ascension. Some of them started discussing making this day an annual celebration for their kind, and many agreed. They had just cultivated their first eternal, and all future descendants should remember and celebrate such an act. There is a guest coming, so let's prepare, muttered Wang Wei before walking to the garden to prepare a table and tea. And as he expected, someone came to see him a few minutes later. Come, sit down. Hua Fenghuang saw the preparation and frowned before sitting down. Since you've expected my arrival, then you should know why I'm here. Not really. I only know you would be coming, replied Wang Wei. I also deduced why you're here, but I rarely used my powers to know everything. I found that hard to believe. You could not imagine what it's like to have a conversation and know everything the other person will say or do down to the attoseconds. It's fine occasionally but begins to affect the mind the longer you use it. So, fate is a burden? Asked Hua Fenghuang in a tone that suggests Wang Wei she could not believe he would complain about such a powerful Tao. At least to the current me it is. Let's not talk about this. Hua Fenghuang decided to change the topic. I came here to borrow merit. I promise to return them with extra compensation.
Ao Shen's transition got to your head?
Although I don't want to admit it, it's true, nodded Hua Fenghuang. It irked her that the dragon had transitioned before her. Even so, there is no need to hurry.
With enough time you should be able to gather enough merit. But I don't want to wait any longer.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053 Negotiations. I don't have a problem lending you the merit, nodded Wang Wei after pondering for a moment.
However, I don't want merit with interest.
After hearing these words, Hua Fenghuang immediately became on guard. Suddenly, she felt she was making a deal with the devil, and such deals were never worth it.
What do you want then?
I want to borrow your ancient clan's Qi Luck condensing artifact for the duration of my reign, directly stated Wang Wei, and Hua Fenghuang wanted to reject this idea immediately. But she controlled her urges and thought about the trade for a few minutes. It's not impossible to let you borrow it if it's only for this generation, said Hua Fenghuang.
However, the small amount of merit I will borrow is not enough for a deal of such a caliber.
She had already amassed a large quantity of merit but was short. The early stages of the expansion are over, so gathering merit is no longer as fast and efficient as it used to be. Nevertheless, they were still gathering merit, just at a turtle crawling pace compared to before. Hua Fenghuang will gather the merit needed for the transition as long as she waits. After seeing Ao Shen's success, she only asked for a loan because of her competitive nature. That's a fair point. What do you think is a fair exchange? Let me think. Besides the merit I need, I want a few world communities for the ancient clan when the court further expands, said Hua Fenghuang. Additionally, I want the position of regent for 10 generations. Wang Wei shook his head. Do you feel it's not worth it? Asked Hua Fenghuang.
I know you've been trying to gather the Qi Luck artifact of the world that has contributed to the cultivation of civilization. I can tell you all the others cannot compare to our ancient clan, including the Dao opening sect. She was not boasting, as their clan contained the unique blessing of all the others. Dao Father Qi Luck, Alchemy Ancestor Qi Luck, Talisman Ancestor, Array Ancestor, and Weapon Ancestor. Their clan's Qi Luck is not as potent as the others because they are from an old era cycle, but it's still significant since these destinies have been blessed for the fact they were the first. And that's not to mention the countless other types of Qi Lucks fused in the mix. As such, the price she asked for was more than worth it. Let me explain a misunderstanding you might have, countered Wang Wei. The expansion will not be a conquest where we take over other world communities, including establishing a court and taking over god positions. It's not. Many people assumed that was the next step and prepared for the upcoming world/planar war. I will use a less aggressive approach, replied Wang Wei. Our expansion will be the mortal civilizations, dream world, and enlightening temple. Overaggression and conquering will be detrimental to the longevity of his era.
So, he will use a more peaceful approach. Of course, Wang Wei also knows his method will also garner him a lot of enemies. These worlds will not be kind to foreigners for changing or influencing their history, and Wang Wei is prepared to use any means necessary to spread these things and gather merit. He's also prepared for the consequences. Hua Fenghuang frowned after hearing this news. I know what you're thinking, continued Wang Wei. This time around, 95% of the merit for the mortal civilizations will go to you, and I will only take 5%. That will indeed make up for the divine positions and other benefits, nodded Hua Fenghuang, who also felt extremely jealous thinking about the benefit for everything else that Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect will receive. Are we allowed to establish our own court in other world communities? Asked Hua Fenghuang. Yes, but you must reduce your power in this court, just like the Great Talisman City. Hua Fenghuang's eyes narrowed. Despite the increase to 95% of the merit, the expansion will not be as simple as it seems because confrontation and war will be involved. In other words, the risk will increase, and many people will begin to wonder whether the benefits are worth it. Forget the benefit of the expansion, she said. If you want our luck artifact, the regent position is non-negotiable. I have no problem with granting it to you, but 10 generations is too long, argued Wang Wei.
It's really not if you consider the instability of the position itself. With the effect of all you've accomplished, how difficult do you think it will be for a second-class emperor to appear and not be eligible to sit on the throne?
Persuaded Hua Fenghuang. Everyone knows that in the next 100 generations, the myriad emperor world will usher in an era of countless geniuses and top-tier emperors. So, who knows when our ancient clan will have the opportunity to use this regent position? Good argument, but also very flawed, replied Wang Wei calmly. I already stated that I will leave tests to determine who can inherit my legacy. So, even if someone meets the strength requirement, they can't become heavenly emperor if they don't meet my other requirements. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes. The regent position will be used more often than people believe. So, I can only give you 1 generation.
After all, I'm the only one using the artifact, and it's only for a short period.
No, that's too little, countered Hua Fenghuang. A regent position with probably powerful emperors who failed is dangerous and not conducive to business. You cannot just want the benefit and not the trouble that comes with the job. Since I'm negotiating benefits, of course, I can, argued Hua Fenghuang. If the ancient clan has to worry about a potent enemy while using the regent position, then the position's value has depreciated. Do you have any idea how much the position will be worth by the time I leave? Asked Wang Wei. Don't use this useless trick on me, countered Hua Fenghuang. You and I both know many people or worlds will instantly reverse some of the things you've accomplished the moment you leave. Wang Wei's eyes secretly twitched as he had long predicted this outcome.
Sadly, this was the price for using force to forcibly make these people and worlds develop, for the rapid development without preparation, and the backwater and conservative mindset of the cultivation world.
His dream world will be fine as most people will find it helpful and want to protect it. Furthermore, true heavenly Tao won't want such a thing to be removed from the lower dimension after seeing its positive effect. The courts will also be okay as they have been the trend of heaven and earth for a long time. The progress he brought to mortals is the one he knows will be dismantled. Cultivators have always despised and looked down on mortals despite once being one. So they will never accept such people have equal rights as them. Even worse, many won't even accept the fact that mortals are no longer the dirty and ignorant individuals they were and should be. Luckily, the mortals will have the enlightening temples to protect them and give them a fighting chance. And if some world might create a miracle where a mortal's art could reach the level of an immortal, these worlds will be saved.
Things will not crumble as fast as you say, replied Wang Wei calmly. The fear his strength will bring to the world will prevent those people from actively acting on his legacy for at least a few dozen generations.
Furthermore, he will also leave a fighting chance for the mortals. The sage statues in the temples are the first step. At the right moment, they can manifest a spirit and bear the destiny, karma, and luck of their people, who worshipped them as sages and protected them.
With these sages, the mortals will have a fighting chance of survival even if a great emperor is the one trying to erase their civilization.
Under the fear of my power, no one will touch my things for the next few hundred generations, Wang Wei calmly stated. Still over-exaggerating. No, you're simply underestimating me, countered Wang Wei. None of you know how powerful I will be before leaving, and to what length I'm willing to go to protect my legacy. Hua Fenghuang felt a chill run down her spine. However, she quickly regained her bearing and continued this negotiation. They talked for more than an hour before agreeing. In the end, Wang Wei was not willing to give the regent position for more than 1 generation. There were too many benefits to being a regent, and he only had to use the ancient clan's luck until his ascension. So, Hua Fenghuang had to settle for other benefits like keeping all 100% merit in a few of the worlds during the community-wide expansion. After her departure, Wang Wei summoned Ao Shen to have an official chat with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1054 Dragon Gate. Ao Shen walked into the throne room and saluted as usual.
With his awakening, Tao will manifestation, and a bloodline ability that turned into a source technique, he has achieved 3-peak battlefold, and that will increase after refining his unique proving Tao artifact and using the remaining merit he has to increase his cultivation. However, he knew such strength was useless before this man.
"What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" "I call you here for 2 reasons," stated Wang Wei. "Firstly, I need to know whether the demon race will stay in the Myriad Emperor world or if you plan to leave to set up your own rules somewhere else." "Do you want us to leave?" asked Ao Shen instead of answering. "I don't care what choice you make, I just need to know which one it is so I can prepare beforehand." Ao Shen frowned, wondering whether these words were a threat. By his deduction, Wang Wei had no need to do such a thing, but he could not help thinking of the worse. He observed for a few seconds but could not find any information from the latter's bland and calm expression. "The Myriad Emperor world is as much our home as any humans," replied the Primal Darkness Dragon Emperor. "We have fought and contributed to this world despite how humans repay us every time. So no, we do not plan to leave our home." Ao Shen never thought of leaving. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. He considered this place as much his home as the human race despite all the misfortunes and mistreatments they've suffered. Additionally, Ao Shen's greatest wish is one day, his kind will become the protagonist of this world, so leaving was never an option. "That's good to hear," nodded Wang Wei, who chose not to comment on the latter's passionate speech about the demon race's plight. Was the human race wrong? Of course. It has been so long since the Golden Ape Emperor's appearance, and to this day, many people still use that excuse to justify their cruelty toward the demon race. After knowing that the Golden Ape Emperor was nothing but a pawn of the human emperor, the human race's actions were more than just cruel and excessive. Unfortunately, he was still a human and needed to see many things from this point of view. In the cultivation world where individual power is outrageous, and the importance of resources can determine a species' existence, things like peaceful coexistence between 2 different races, especially those of opposing cultures, views and diets, are nothing but a pipe dream. So far, his reign has achieved a great balance between the human and demon races. He never belittled them, raised them from the ground, treated them relatively fairly, or tried to oppress them. But this cannot be said for his successor. The second topic is I wonder if you'll be interested in being an ambassador to the sealed innate life forms, asked Wang Wei. Them? Yes. It should be about time that I released them, and I thought you might be the person to introduce them to the world and help them acclimate. Ao Shen did not immediately give an answer. Although he was an innate demon, he never truly considered himself one of them. He was a bloodline miracle of the demon race, so he identified with them and considered them his kin. But that did not change the fact that his bloodline was no longer a demon. I need only consider the benefits, not the personal aspect of this move, thought Ao Shen. It's impossible to convince these creatures to join the side of the demon race. He knew how arrogant his kind were just because they were born from heaven and earth. So, even if these new ones aren't as arrogant because of the era, some things are innate, and for the innate demons, arrogance was one of these traits. Being the ambassador is an opportunity to form an alliance with the returned innate demons. Whether the alliance was military or economic, the demon race would benefit. I accept the position, replied Ao Shen. That's good to hear, nodded Wang Wei. I will lower the restrictions in their seal. They should regain their consciousness and mobility but still cannot leave their small world. He waved his hand to give him a talisman. This should allow you to enter their sealed area. However, I recommend you communicate with them through divine sense first and only enter after they give you permission. Ao Shen nodded as he would do the same even without these words. He understood the need for respect of his kind, so he would never barge in, even if he could. Well, I know you should be busy after your transition, so I won't keep you. Your Majesty, I have something I would like to ask. Go ahead, replied Wang Wei. Will the demon school continue to expand? Yes, but you won't be the only one sharing the merit. Ao Shen's brow furrowed. He had already tasted the sweetness of being in charge of this project, so it was not a good feeling knowing everybody would have a share now. I understand, replied Ao Shen while secretly sighing. The demon race needs a patent-worthy invention. Sadly, such a thing is rarer than how eternal emperors used to be. After borrowing, he left the throne room before disappearing from the court. Above the sky in the northern continent, he looked at the moon as he sensed a tribulation similar to his. She already has the merit? He thought before sneering as he guessed what she did to amass them so swiftly. After returning home, Ao Shen immediately began to work. Now that he had changed to the most supreme of all cultivation paths, it was time to bless his people truly. The first step was modifying the spirit/innate chi veins scattered throughout the northern continent. He fused his dragon aura into the veins, turning them into a unique innate dragon vein that releases innate dragon chi. As soon as he succeeded, all the demon races felt the difference. Innate chi was already very helpful or useful in helping them purify their bloodline. But now, with the added dragon aura, the chi was specially designed for the growth and development of the demon race. From now on, the northern continent was truly their territory and theirs alone. Aoshin looked at his work and nodded in satisfaction. He then added the last finishing touch: protection. He did not want people to destroy his work after his departure, so he left his strength in these veins to protect them. Although he prepared a potent race-protecting array to protect the northern continent, Aoshin wanted to be extra cautious. Aoshin teleported to a very well-hidden dimension of the demon race. He stared at a towering white gate with dragon designs. Without hesitation, he plunged his right hand into his chest to pull out his beating heart. His face paled, indicating this was a serious injury for someone of his kind. Aoshin did not care as he swallowed a pill to stabilize his injury. Under his control, the heart flew to the gate before fusing into it, turning it red while releasing intense lights. After a few seconds, the gate moved on its own as it flew exactly 99,999 kilometers in the air before opening its door to release water and forming what resembled a waterfall. "A fish leaping the dragon gate to become a true dragon," muttered Aoshin with a wide grin. "This dragon gate is the ultimate foundation he will leave behind to the demon race. Every generation, the most talented demons can come here to purify their blood by swimming up the water. The ones who successfully reach the gate will even have the opportunity to revert to innate and become like him or elevate their bloodline to be on par with innate demon gods." He had this idea after seeing the captured Wang clan member. Although he only saw the kid briefly, he guessed some of the essence of his bloodline. Aoshin walked to the waterfall and tasted it. "Still needs a lot of work," he commented. He used many resources, including many different bloodlines, to build this gate, but it was still incomplete. Firstly, he would love to get more innate demon god bloodline to fuse with the gate, so that's another reason he accepted the Heavenly Emperor's proposal. Secondly, he needs to further nourish the gate with bloodline, but that will have to wait until his body reaches a higher level in the true power Dao realm. Lastly, he needs a very potent thunder resource to add to the gate. According to Aoshin's vision, this artifact would also assist his kind in their tribulation. He knows how terrifying the tribulation is for changing the bloodline or any other type of tribulation, and this thing will be of great use. Aoshin left this place to participate in the festivities. He still had a few more things to accomplish before he could visit the innate demon gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055 Seed of Distrust. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei observed the talisman with the characters, Ancient Clan in his hand. The Ancient Clan was not a monolith, so their chi luck artifact was many and took different shapes. However, the overall condensed luck of everybody manifested in the talisman in his hand. I thought it would be much harder for Hua Fenghuang to get her hands on this thing. It seems her control of the clan is greater than I gave her credit for, thought Wang Wei before looking at the moon. He saw her tribulation, and it was something to scoff at. True heavenly Tao was ruthless in the tribulation, most likely as a way to deter people from walking the path of transition. This is probably why, despite the ancient clan giving birth to a few 4- and 5-star primarchs, no one has actually transitioned. Of course, this kind of tribulation is child's play compared to his immeasurable tribulation, but it's not something ordinary heaven-chosen can handle. After observing for a while, Wang Wei put away the talisman before visiting Su Shi. After she made the court her residence, they talked often and further developed their friendship. Innate demon god race small world. "This world is wrong," said Primordial Life, a giant woman with 4 spike horns and small celestial bodies orbiting around them. "Yes, there seems to be some incongruity with our birth," agreed Primordial Death, a gendered-neutral colossal being with all black eyes, no pupil, and 6 arms. "Primordial Might, why don't you say anything?" the others asked, looking at another titan with significant muscle, blue skin, and 4 eyes. If you check the history of this world, you would understand why, replied Primordial Might. The others followed his lead and used their divine sense to scan the books of small supreme lands. So we used to rule this land? Asked Primordial Death. The 3 looked at each other. They had no memories of their ancestors, and did not inherit any of their legacies. However, the previous history has made their situation more complex to navigate. So what should we do? Asked Primordial Life. We do not have any connections to our ancestors. Our focus should be integrating into this world, replied Primordial Might. Just accept things like this? Rebutted Primordial Life. Did you not sense that gaze after we were unsealed? Primordial Might asked, and everyone shivered at the mention of these words. They remembered that fear and warning. This is not our world, and the sooner we accept this, the better chance we have at surviving and eventually thriving, warned Primordial Might. He was the embodiment of the power law and also the idea that might is right. Since the human race hunted their predecessors to extinction, he believed they had the right to rule this world. Okay. In that case, let's discuss with the demons to see what they think, nodded Primordial Life. So they contacted the Ancestral Dragon, Empress Phoenix, and Origin Qilin. The conversation went all right initially until Ao Shen showed up, telling them he was the ambassador of the court to introduce and initiate them into the world. The primordial gods noticed Ao Shen's identity and became suspicious of his motives towards the innate demons. Luckily, the latter did not act rashly, and his actions showed nothing suspicious during the short meeting. However, the primordial gods realized their counterpart might have a direct ally in the form of the acquired demon race while they had nothing. So, they prepared for the possible break. Ao Shen, you've become too predictable, thought Wang Wei as he watched these interactions. He knew the dragon would want allies for his demon race and counted on him to act on it. Now the seed of suspicions has been planted on the primordial gods, which would lead to the separation of these two groups and eventually weaken them. The demon race can have the innate demons, and we will take the primordial gods, thought Wang Wei. He had already severed the connection between the current and former innate demon gods to prevent their history from affecting these creatures, but that was not enough. It does not change the fact they had such a glorious history, so Wang Wei needed to prepare in case one of them, maybe in the future, had the idea of reclaiming the glory of their ancestors. So he decided to weaken them at the earliest inception. He would not give them time to form any bond or trust as he immediately planted a seed of doubt in their mind on the first day they regained consciousness and interacted with the world. The next step is to completely separate them, even until they have completely different cultures and ideologies. That way, in the future, even if one of them has some ideas, it will become 100 times more difficult to execute them without the support of the other. Wang Wei calmly watched everything before continuing to wait and observe. He received news that the totem warrior path had finally been perfected without any issues. Wu Ming had done an excellent job training the court's divine generals and soldiers. These positions involved many benefits, so many cultivators volunteered to become court members in this capacity. So, the Totem Warrior Legion and Devil Legion received countless daily applications. The cycle of the seasons rotated, and it was 3 years later that Huafeng Huang finally passed. The world celebrated the birth of the sacred beast Empress. Sadly, just like Ao Shen, people were now too used to the appearance of eternal emperors and did not care as much. They respected her as they should to a powerhouse of this caliber, but it was not the same. The only ones who truly celebrated were the ancient clan, as Huafeng Huang was their first Eternals in a very long time. Despite their arrogance, they have been afraid of their clan's decline, and the appearance of an Eternal is proof of their revival. So they all looked forward to the future. A little over a month after the sacred beast Empress appearance, golden lights enveloped the western White Tiger continent, followed by visions of gilded lotus and Buddhist chants. An intense amount of Buddhist Tao rhymes then enveloped the entire continent. Did he succeed? Muttered Wang Wei as he watched the show. No, not succeed, but something else. As expected, Feng Heng, the Tao Zen Buddha Emperor, appeared to announce the appearance of a new scripture. However, this scripture is not for the entire myriad emperor world but for Buddhism in general. It is the perfect manifestation of all its ideals and philosophy. Feng Heng received much merit for his efforts, probably even more than he would have for the perfect scripture for his home world. Over the past 10,000 years, Buddhism has spread to every corner of this world community. overshadowing Taoism or other religions, cults, or schools of thought. And that's despite Wang Wei's restrictions not to shove religion on people and Feng Heng's desire not to repeat the old mistakes. In other communities, the seed of Buddhism already planted by Wang Wei and Feng Heng has not improved much, but they have preserved their strength, waiting for the opportune time. Many things at home are about to be settled, muttered Wang Wei. That's a good thing for the upcoming outward expansion. He looked in the distance. His eyes focused on a tiny small 1,000 worlds. His mother was finishing the last few enlightening temples before her ascension to immortality. Nothing should go wrong, but I cannot help but worry, thought Wang Wei. As he waited patiently for the day, he received news from Miscellaneous One and returned to the sect. Which one did you finish? Asked Wang Wei. The immortal Qi array, replied Miscellaneous One as he showed him the final result of his hard work. Like you wanted, immortal venerables can link their mansions to the array, and it will help them cultivate. I also added tears as you recommended. Wang Wei nodded. Since he instructed the creation of these things, the situation has changed, so he needed a different approach. The Tao opening sect was too powerful, so they did not need the appearance of any immortal sovereigns. That's why, even if they have enough qi to cultivate one, they never use it and leave it for future emergencies. This thing came at the perfect time, commented Wang Wei. He knew there might be a backlash because he would not expand his court into other world communities. Many of these people were already preparing for war, wanting to fight for their benefit. However, the array is the perfect incentive to replace the court positions these people would have acquired for the expansion. You did a great job, praised Wang Wei before leaving the sect with the array. He first secretly set up the main array in the Myriad Emperor world before establishing interconnected branches in all worlds in the community. His array Tao, which had now reached over 10%, made it easier to do so, and this approach drastically strengthened the overall power of this formation. Once Wang Wei finished, he did not announce the news to anyone as he waited for the next court meeting to give the news. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056 Family Celebration. Wang Wei did not have to wait long as a few months later. His mother secretly visited him. Her time was ready, and she was stressed about the upcoming event. Wang Wei reassured her by preaching existence to her, and this approach immensely helped Yu Yan feel more confident. Then, the day finally arrived. While Yu Yan prepared in the Yu clan, Wang Wei, Wang Tian, and Wang Chong watched everything from a screen in the court. Do you think she will be okay? Asked Wang Tian, walking back and forth to the point his father became annoyed and smacked him in the back of his head to stop. According to the old man, his jittering made him more nervous, so he had to stop. Wang Wei, who was trying to keep himself from laughing, said with difficulty, "She's fine. After all, don't you know who she gave birth to?" "Are you praising her or yourself?" asked Wang Tian, rolling his eyes. "Of course her." Wang Wei was not lying, as he was born with an immense destiny and the tremendous karmic weight that comes with it. The fact she survived his birth is a miracle, and also due to the support of the Tao opening sect's luck and destiny. But her survival is a testament to her talent, ability, and potential. Wang Tian exhaled. The atmosphere in the room allowed him to calm down. He knew his wife's capabilities, especially after finding herself and her ambitions. So, he decided there was no need to panic, and he only needed to trust her. The time for the ceremony arrived, and Yu Yan began. She called upon heaven and earth respectfully before summarizing her accomplishment of bringing balance between mortals and cultivators. She emphasized how peaceful the world has become because of her actions. The eye of heavenly Tao manifested and judged her actions. Then, after she offered the required merit, the latter lowered a heaven will to her. Muttered Wang Wei. "What is it? Is something wrong?" asked Wang Tian, but his son did not answer. Instead, a powerful and mysterious aura emanated from his body. "Nothing," said Wang Wei. "No, I would not have this weird feeling if it were nothing." He no longer hesitated and swallowed an illusionary pill, raising his strength to the Empyrean tier. "Found you, little rat," said Wang Wei with a sneer before making a crabbing motion. In his palm were two potent souls condensed into crystals. Intruders? Asked Wang Chong. Yes. Do you know who? She, replied Wang Wei, who recognized the strange power that was protecting these people from his detection. He waited for the perfect time to strike. He sneered with a terrifying killing intent that made the room freeze. What are you going to do? Wang Wei crushed these souls after getting the information he wanted. I already plan to attack him and the commerce hub after the expansion to the martial hegemony world. The plan won't change. Despite his anger, he knew not to act out of emotions, so he soon calmed down. However, if the Spirit Genesis sect had a small chance of surviving his wrath before, they no longer had this opportunity. Wang Wei focused on his mother. As soon as she absorbed the heaven will, he felt relieved as she knew she was now under true heavenly Taoist protection. Now, he only had to wait for the final result. He watched with bated breath as the first flower appeared around his mother, indicating she met the first requirement of 20% Grand Tao source. Soon afterward, she condensed her Tao will, and the second flower materialized. Come on, honey. We're more than halfway done, commented Wang Tian as he looked with excitement. He knew the last one was the real hurdle and the one that mattered the most. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the four of them watched the third flower condense, followed by a grand vision surrounding the entire world. Wang Wei sighed in relief. His eyes saw the truth. If he had not put up that stupid play for true heavenly Tao, his mother's chances of becoming an eternal would have been drastically lowered. Life is truly like a game, and you must know the rules and play if you want to reach the top, thought Wang Wei.
There were many things in the cultivation world he was not happy with, for example, the raising gu method of the emperor path. However, he lives by the philosophy that he has to play the game and follow the rules until he can become a rule maker. Otherwise, if he tries to be special and break the rules while weak, the only fate awaiting him is one worse than death. Let's go see her, said Wang Tian, not hiding his excitement. No, it's not over yet, said Wang Wei, and he was correct. I am Yu Yan, daughter of Yu Yong and Yun Zhaojun. Today, I have proven the Tao and taken on the title of Eternal Darkness Empress. I am also the first sage of merit of this blessed era. As soon as she finished these words, something anomalous occurred. Her vision began to spread throughout the lower realm, and her voice echoed throughout most of the lower dimension. A golden figure of Yu Yan appeared above heaven and earth, and most people in the entire dimension saw the figure. All cultivators instantly knew that a sage of merit was born. This was her golden body of merit. The body was pure, noble, and exuded awe and status. Sounds of sages and profound scholars chanting echoed from it. No matter their cultivation, anyone with an abnormal amount of negative karma could not directly look at the golden figure. After a few minutes, the golden figure fused with Yu Yan's body, granting her many of its attributes. That's one of the best tier 1 golden body. A little more merit and she can condense a second tier, commented Wang Wei with praise. That's my wife, praised Wang Tian. That's my mother, countered Wang Wei. And that's my daughter-in-law, what's your point? Added Wang Chong, making the other two speechless. Instead of wasting time, let's go see her. The charade of deceiving true heavenly Tao had to remain for a while, so Wang Wei and the group had to visit Yu Yan and her clan instead of her returning to the Tao opening sect. They had a short party for everyone, including Yu Yan's clan, sister, and Wang Wei's cousins. Finally it was the four of them. Again, congratulations, Mom, said Wang Wei as he hugged her. Thanks, honey. Haha, my wife is an eternal emperor. How many men can brag about such a thing? Stop saying that. Aren't you embarrassed? Said Yu Yan. What? I can't be proud, replied Wang Tian before taking a large sip of his wine. He looked at his son. Jealous, aren't you? Don't talk nonsense. Honey, the boy is not so fragile. Plus, didn't she basically promise to give him a chance? Wang Tian laughed before continuing to drink. Old man, I won't forget today, said Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Instead, he received his father's laughter, followed by his grandfather, who joined in his misery. Yu Yan was speechless. These people seemed happier than her. The family had a small dinner while drinking, and Wang Wei cooked. How does it feel to be a sage? Asked Wang Wei after serving the food. Great. Everything feels like it will work out.
Will that not affect you? Asked Wang Wei. Having such a mindset might be dangerous in the long run. No, as it's more of a passive afterthought, replied Yu Yan. Plus, the fusion has strengthened my willpower, Dao heart, and state of mind. That's good. Can you use it in battle? Asked Wang Tian. Yes. I can summon it as a defensive technique, and it's quite powerful, explained Yu Yan. But it lacks any attack abilities. I can burn the golden body to increase strength, but that's not recommended. I'm guessing the healing time for that golden body is a nightmare? Added Wang Tian. Yes, even worse than the lower class of emperors. Yu Yan shook her head. The amount of time she would need to heal her golden body if she used that secret technique is astronomical. Any other restrictions? Continued Wang Tian, slightly intrigued. I can't amass too many karmic sins, or I will lose it, but despite that, there are no other limits. That's fair, nodded Wang Tian. Wire, you said your mother was close to a Tier 2 golden body. Do you want to give her the merit for it? I was about to bring that up, nodded Wang Wei. What do you think? No need, replied Yu Yan. I have a plan. Do tell. I've been thinking about how to make our turn in the heavenly court after Wire, and I think I have an idea, said Yu Yan before explaining her plan. I had a similar idea, just for swordsmen, added Wang Tian with shining eyes. He looked at his son. What do you think? Both those ideas are worthy of patents, replied Wang Wei. However, Mom, you should do everything possible to prepare the Yu clan to hold this patent. I will. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.